welcome to MBB. I'm not alone, I'm with this lovely lady, and we're going to be sharing with you today a bit more about our own blunders, but we're also going to be introducing a number of amazing entrepreneurs that are going to be sharing their stories. Ria?
Hey,
how's
Paul,
everything?
how are you doing? I'm good,
great.
thanks.
I'm great.
My biggest blunders, I think we've all had our own fair share
Exactly.
of those kinds of stories, and I'm pretty grateful for this platform, my biggest blunders, and the host of speakers that will be sharing their stories of what blunders they've experienced, but also how they've come out of that.
And what could you share a bit about what you've experienced?
Look, I think there will be something with a whole video in. However, it's just not linking your mental, emotional, deep, darkest spaces and linking that with your business, because that for me impacted how I operated.
Exactly.
I was operating in the beginning from an imposter syndrome kind of angle,
Wow.
and that impacted how I gauged, how I presented myself, and even limiting what I believed I could offer to clients or whatever. So,
Wow.
And you?
Look, it's true. With especially small businesses, you do notice that the extent to which an individual's character and personality has a great influence in how the business is actually able to grow.
Yeah.
I saw this with my own experience. The limitations in my knowledge and character, and also I was quite young. I think when I started business, I was 25, not giving away my age. But yeah, I mean, at that time, I was quite naive as to what business is all about, how it works.
Yes.
And I expected quite a lot from myself and from the business too early. And I put some pressure on the business and on my personal life, which in turn, the personal life affected the business.
Yes, because I was actually about to say is that I think what I'm noticing with most entrepreneurs is that exact fact, that your personal life does run into your business and how effective you then become.
Exactly.
If your personal life is a little bit of a raggedy, it will impact on the outcome in that space.
But hopefully we'll be able to get more from even more of the entrepreneurs that are going to be sharing with us about how we get ourselves out of these pits, as it were, and be able to get to a trajectory where we can make our businesses succeed. How do you feel though about where you are right now?
I'm pretty confident about where I am. I think one of the biggest things that I've gained over the couple of years is a level of confidence. And that impacts the kind of opportunities I believe are my level, because that's what was hindering me.
Wow.
The fact that I didn't believe that I was worthy of certain experiences or certain opportunities, so I wouldn't even apply or even try to embark on them.
Wow.
And so my vision of who I am, I'm literally solid about that.
Sure.
And I don't take crap. And so because of that, I honestly believe that having that kind of liver is helping me a lot.
Wow, that's amazing, especially for being a young black entrepreneur, and in particular a female entrepreneur. I think that confidence is quite key. So the hashtag for today will be my biggest blunders, and you'll also be able to get us on Instagram and on Twitter and on YouTube. Maybe you can just give us those links.
All right, sure. So on YouTube, just go under my biggest blunders, and I guess that's how you got the stream. Twitter is @myblunderstory, and Instagram is @mybiggestblunders. And yeah, like Paul mentioned, all the hashtags are #mybiggestblunders, #blunderstory, #MBBGEW.
Wow, that's amazing. So we're going to be having a lot of insight from the entrepreneurs that are going to be sharing their stories. Their stories are quite sensitive, so as they take you into their personal space and confidence, basically just understand it from that perspective. But we've got a number of entrepreneurs that are going to be sharing amazing stories. But just to be able to get a proper sense as to what MBB is all about and who founded it and what's the objective, we're going to be diving into a conversation with the founder, Dr. Roch, and he's going to be sharing with us a bit more about the vision for MBB and what basically got inspiration for this particular platform. So we'll come back and have that particular interview.
So we're now in the fireside chat segment with Dr. Rosh, the curator of My Biggest Blunders. Welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, Doc. So why don't you want to be called founder and director?
No. Founder is NGO. I'm the founder of. No, it's the curator.
It's standard, professional English, and now we understand that the PhD is not.
No.
Yeah.
You didn't write a PhD.
People went to school outside. So Dr. Rosh,
Yes,
so such an amazing vision. Can you just walk us through the inspiration? How did it happen? Why this project? Why MBB?
So, I think one of the biggest things as an entrepreneur that a lot of people didn't even talk about, right, is failure. So when I experienced my first failure, I basically lost everything. Lost my car, lost my house.
How long ago is this?
Just before, around 2010. You know when Philip was here?
Oh, you were feeling him.
I was feeling him. So during that time, I woke up. In fact, what happened was, when the guys are looking for your car, so I kept on ducking and diving, and they'll come to the office. White guys.
Sure.
They'll come to the office because we were like co-sharing.
Okay.
And so they didn't know who they were looking for. Right?
Oh.
So they were just looking for this guy. He works here.
Oh.
And every time I had to go to the office, I'll call the receptionist.
Just
are
to
they
get a
there?
sense.
Are they there?
God.
Right?
Yes.
And so it was a bit hard. Are they there? No, they're not here. And then I'll go to the office. And then this other time, I go, they are there. I forgot to call. They are there. All right, sitting on the couch. And so as I see them, so they look at me, but I'm not sure. I didn't know that in the eyes of white guys, all black people are the same.
Okay.
So
like if
so they look at me, but they're not so sure. And then they were like, "Are you Rosh?" I'm like, "No, I'm looking for Rosh." So they say, "Yeah, we're looking for Rosh." Okay, let me check it. I just came in now. Let me check for him in the office. I'll let you know. And then I pretended as if I'm checking someone. Fortunately, there was no one at the reception. And I came back. No. Unfortunately, he's not here. It's like, okay, no, we'll wait for him. Are you guys sure? Okay. And then obviously I didn't stay long in the office.
You had another meeting.
So you can run away from that for quite some time. And I got tired and decided now I'm taking the car back. So I remember when I took it back, you don't know how much, because now I have to use public transport. So you don't know how much it costs at the time. So I take the car back, we do all the paperwork, surrender in the car, and then now I need to go to the taxis. I don't know where the taxis are, and I have to ask for a lift. And the guy says, "Is there petrol in your car?" Well, I say, yeah, there is. Like, okay, let's go. He grabs my key, then we get it. Now getting to the passenger, he gets into he drives my car to the taxi.
That image.
So it's such a weird experience. But I think what you feel alone. I felt alone. I felt like a failure. You don't talk to anyone. So that went into a bit of depression at the time when everybody's feeling Philip. I'm not feeling him. And then I had to start from scratch and rebuild. But there's a whole story of how I got there, business mistakes, bad decisions I took, focused on, I was running an accounting practice. I had little clients, and then I had this one big project. I'm like, yay, this is it. I left the small clients, went for this, right? Okay. And it was a government thing. No, comrade, don't worry, comrade. We'll renew. It's a 1 year. Don't worry, comrade. It's a 1 year program, but we'll renew it. And you know what it is. Elections come. The comrades that promised are gone. New guys don't know you. There's no renewal. payments take forever.
Also,
to
no
come
longer
through.
have small clients.
No, my small clients are gone.
Yes.
I,
Because
literally-
you didn't
I,
take
I
care
found
of
the
them.
better ones.
Yeah.
The small ones are gone.
Makes me think of a different analogy.
So, you know, only to find as I'm dealing with other entrepreneurs, I actually pick up that actually we all go through this.
Yep.
One or another in different businesses, we all go through this, but we don't talk about these experiences. But also what I've also learned is most successful entrepreneurs have failed before. They've made mistakes before. It's a pity that society, we like finished products. We like people who are successful. But what we don't understand is in order for you to be successful, you're going to have to make mistakes.
Yep.
And we shouldn't stigmatize mistakes. And we should actually embrace them as part and parcel of the journey. So that's what sort of gave birth to my biggest blunders, to say let's open up, let's create a safe space to talk about our mistakes and our failures.
So we're going to be kicking off this amazing program with a brilliant talk that was done by a brilliant entrepreneur in Mamelodi. Mpho is going to be sharing about the illusion of time freedom. I know I had this illusion when I left Transnet and went into business thinking that I'll have more time when I get into entrepreneurship. So she shares and she will share about how she had this illusion and unfortunately had to learn the hard way that it's actually to the contrary, that you'll have more time, but rather you're going to be experiencing timelessness. So we're going to be having Mpho Happy going to be sharing with us about the illusion of time freedom.
I just wanted us to, break the ice and get started on the same level. Did you guys know that you can go to Home Affairs to change the name that your parents gave you? Legally. Huh? I'm out-phasing Mpho because it's such a common name and I feel like the new me needs a sexy name, I'm a sexy entrepreneur that needs a sexy name that goes with it. And no offense to Mpho, I still am Mpho, Liko Home Affairs, but I wanted a sexy name. I didn't know I wanted one until I visited Ghana, and people often ask me, is it short for Amanda? Is it Amahle? No, it's Ghanaian. When I was in Ghana, they asked me which day of the week I was born. And as you know, I can't remember on the day I was born. I had to ask our friend Google. And Google told me that I was born on a Saturday. And in Ghana, they have a culture for naming boys and girls according to the day of the week. And a girl born in Saturday is called Ama. So I was born on Saturday, and I fell in love with the name immediately. I'm like, okay, this name is not common in South Africa, and I adopted it. And I am in the process of changing it to Go Home Affairs. It's a very simple process, but I just wanted to share that. I am a business mindset coach. I empower entrepreneurs with mindset tools to help them overcome business challenges. And I help aspiring entrepreneurs uncover and monetize their talents. I am from a very small township called KwaThema in the far east end of Johannesburg. Often people, when I tell them I'm from KwaThema, they don't know where that is. And others are like, yo, I had to come all the way from Johannesburg. I passed 2 toll gates. Oh my goodness. And others make fun of my home and saying, they asked me for a passport somewhere before I got to but the far east end is a bit far, hence the name. But that's where I grew up in KwaThema. I started my education at Sakelo Primary School. I then advanced to Helixdale Secondary School, and I did my tertiary education at the Vaal University of Technology, where I graduated in a diploma industrial engineering. We lost the sound? No. Are we good? I got my industrial engineering diploma at the Vaal University of Technology, and then I worked as an engineer for almost 7 years before I decided to go into the world of business. When I started my engineering career, I got excited because, when you are new at a company, they always give you these lame jobs to do minutes, and, you become a runner, things that you didn't study to do. When I got to Lear Corporation, which does cassette covers for the best known brands, your BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, Fiat, Renault, you name them, they tasked me with a project of running the entire production process of this cassette cover. You can imagine how excited I was. On my first week, they're like, here's a project for you. I'm like, okay, you guys trust me with the whole project. But I had the help of a production manager that was there throughout the whole process, where we would start working. I must not move on the stage, right? Is it okay if I don't move, cameraman? I'm gonna fall. All right, so how it worked was incoming products. I would make sure that we got the proper products from the designs to the material, and I would handle the production process on the floor where the ladies are sewing the covers, and I would oversee the industrial side of industrial engineering part of it, which is your processes. I think they spoke a lot about processes today, and that's my area of speciality as well, all the way to quality check at the end of the process. So I was overseeing the whole project, and that gave me the boost that I needed in my career, because I had confidence to apply for bigger companies after that. I worked for Tiger Brands, which does your baked beans and tomato sauce, and I've worked for Redefining, which refines gold. I worked for about 4 years at Tiger Brands, and I worked almost 3 years at Redefining. Towards the end of my career at Redefining, I was feeling not fulfilled. You know, that I felt something was missing because my job was feeling like routine. I don't know if any of you relate to this, like you wake up every morning, but you know you're gonna do the same thing. You have the same paperwork that's waiting for you. You have the same fights with the same people every day. I mean, there's gotta be more to life. And I felt I needed that change. I didn't know what change that I did need, but I was feeling unfulfilled, and the money was not enough as well. Somehow the money was shrinking. And I'm not saying my salary got cut or anything, but I was unable to meet month end. I had to rely on overdrafts to pull month end closer. A lot of South Africans go through this, where we have to go to mashonises, which are your loan sharks, to help cover, the month. So I was getting into that trap, and I felt I can't do this all my life. And that's where the question came in, that there should be more to this life than just sitting on this desk and doing the same thing over and over. I started coming up with excuses. Ashley was speaking earlier that he would skip work. I started getting to work late because I was not inspired. And I would come up with excuses that I needed to go buy cement at home because we were building at home. I needed to go buy cement because I don't trust these builders. They're not going to get the right stuff. I was lying, guys. I would wake up and text my boss that I'm going to buy cement. What cement? I wanted to go back to bed so that I can maybe go to work after 12, So I was coming up with all these excuses because I had no inspiration in me to go to work. I would come up with all sorts, you can name them. Made my mom the excuse, my mother's knee is not well, so I just have to take her because she can't take herself to the doctor. So when you ask questions, what I love about asking questions is the answers come. You just need to ask the right questions. So the fact that I was not inspired, I started asking those questions. What else can I do? There should be more to this life. And soon after that, I remember the specific day my life turned around. I was on a queue to go view Nelson Mandela when he passed on at the Union Buildings in Pretoria. I didn't get to see him, unfortunately, because I went on the last date, which was on the 13th of December in 2013. I couldn't get to see him because of the corruption that broke out at the Union Buildings. What I vividly remember was looking back at the queue and seeing the number of people that showed up to go see a man in a coffin. I was blown away. I'm like, this guy must have been very big. He must have been so inspirational that people took leave to go and view him. People actually signed. I was one of people. I was people, wanted to go see him. They took time off to go see a person in a coffin. I was very much inspired because when I looked up the number of people that did show up to view him successfully, minus me, were people that could fill the FNB Stadium. We all know how big the FNB Stadium, which hosted the 2010 FIFA World Cup, It's about a capacity of over 90,000. And I was like, okay, this man left big shoes for us to fill. And I was like, this is exactly what I want for myself. I want to live big shoes for people to fill. I did not know at the time what I wanted to do to achieve that, or how I was going to, achieve that. But I knew something had to change. Even if I got to, fulfill that toe, that small toe on the side of the shoe, I would have felt that I did something. Even if they got to name the smallest street in my township as Coach Ama Street, I would have felt, you know what? I did something, right? But I was inspired. What came from there was, I need to do something to that magnitude. And I knew there's no way I'm going to do that while doing a 9 to 5. Because the 9 to 5, first of all, I'm not feeling challenged. I am not feeling inspired. How am I going to inspire others if I'm not inspired myself? I knew I had to start a business. I did not know which one I was going to start. But when you plant a seed, it's not the same day you eat the fruit. A seed was planted that day because a few days later, I started getting ideas. And when you stimulate the mind, ideas will come. And I remember that a few years back, I had been invited to a network marketing business. I remember when I arrived there, I was like, wow, there's such concepts in the world. And there's more businesses like that. And I didn't know this. I was so inspired. I hit the ground running. I invited like a mad person. But the challenge that I faced there was my upline, the person that you work with that introduced you is called an upline. My upline also needed to transport the people that she invited. And we had one car. I soon viewed it. I convinced myself that this was a problem, and I viewed it as a problem that can't be solved. So I soon got demotivated and went back to engineering, and life went on. That same December, the same passion got reignited. I remember that, you know what? I know where my business is going to be, because I remembered that system that I got introduced to years ago. I started looking up the teammates that are around my township, and I made contact with them. I started the network marketing business. This time around, I had a car, so I can pick up my own team, and we ran things. The following month, which was January, a friend called me and asked me to accompany her to meet a certain life coach's assistant. I was like, life coach, what is that? And she said, people have been telling her she should try out life coaching because she's good at it. So I went, I'm accompanying her. My mind is not even there. When we got there, she invited me in. And she was like, come in as well, because I think if you like it, this could be good for you. When we got in and the assistant was unpacking what the life coaching was about, I got so hooked. I remember I had goosebumps on my sleeve that, oh my word, you can actually study how the mind works and, use that tool to help yourself with problems that you face in life. And you don't even need the life coach after you've actually mastered the tools. I was like, I'm in. This was not even my meeting, hey? This was not even my meeting. I was accompanying a friend, but I looked like I was more interested in this life coaching thing than she was. We signed up for a personal breakthrough experience, which was later in the month. It's a 2-day workshop. And when we went through the workshop, that's where I worked on my limiting beliefs that I had around business, because I had fear. I know a lot of us undergo fear. When we think of starting something, we become scared. And when I went through that personal breakthrough experience, it helped me get rid of that fear and all the negative emotions that were stopping me from taking the next step. Remember, I didn't know how I was going to do the business, so that was part of the process. And on the same training, at the end of it, they asked us to sign up for the full course, which is about 8 days. The reason why it's so short is because they use the language of the mind to teach the mind. So it's quite quicker than your normal academia. I signed up. I didn't know how I was going to pay for it because it was quite expensive. I remember on the 1st of April 2014, I was woken up by ideas in my mind telling me to leave my job, telling me that this is the time. You need to quit your job and go do what you love. Now you can imagine, if it's the 1st of April, what are you thinking? This mind is playing April Fools with me. I'm like, is this for real? But events that, took over after that was I was able to actually have a clear picture of how I was going to implement this. I used the entire month of April to plan on how I was going to take this very big leap. And I planned how I was going to pay off my car and everything else that I could at the time. And I submitted my resignation in May, and then I served my notice throughout the month of May. And at the end of May, I remember when I had the farewell, my colleagues were asking me, what are you going to do out there? Aren't you scared? Oh my goodness, what inspired this? It was as if I'm living a long jail sentence, which I was actually, because I had felt that I was in jail. Others were asking me cautionary questions like, what if you fail? People are going to ask questions. So that didn't stop me. I was determined. I didn't even tell my parents that I resigned. I actually told them after I had submitted the letter. And yeah, I left work, and the first thing that I did in the first 2 weeks was work the business like crazy, network marketing. And the same month, I did the life coaching training. Now I had money from the pension fund, so I used that money to pay off the car, to part finish the house, and to pay the tuition fees for life coaching. I underwent the training, and I learned so much that I felt, you know what, now I have found my purpose. I may have not known the core business that I was going to do, but I knew then that life coaching is going to be it. I did not know how I was going to implement it, but I knew, and I was excited. I remember a few months later, feeling very excited, but noticing that something is happening there by my bank account. There's more money coming out and not much money coming in. Remember, I'm used to getting a salary, and this new world where I have to build a full salary was foreign to me. And although I was making money in the network marketing, it wasn't enough. And I started panicking now that, there's no money coming in. And a few months after I got into the unknown jungle, things started going wrong. Few months, I remember this was around October, September, October, around this time. My car broke down, we couldn't fix it. I had forgotten to hydrate it, so it overheated. You know the drill. We had to fix the top. The mechanics I was using didn't know that we had to send the car to a workshop to get it skimmed. Guys, I was frustrated. Now I don't have a car to pick up my downline, which are the teams that I do network marketing with. And at the time when after I left work, I was also doing acting, so I was doing auditions. Now I can't do auditions because I don't have a car. I got frustrated. Remember, I'm working my off to make sure that I put the food on the table. Now I have no means to, attain that. I got so frustrated and I got stressed. I had these emotions that, oh my word, now I moved from having a busy work schedule to having a busy business schedule to having no schedule. You can imagine how frustrating that was. And we couldn't fix the car for a very long time. By the time we were able to fix it, business was already dead, because the team won't show up if you don't show up as a leader. They're not going to go take themselves to the presentations, and most of them didn't have cars. Business was out, acting was out. Now I'm stuck. I don't have money coming in, and I have no business to work towards because I believed that I needed the car to action the things that I wanted. I was finished. I couldn't even go back to the business because people were no longer taking phone calls, and now I'm looking at the bank balance. I can't use the little money that I have to pour petrol to go do business. Now I'm saving it because I won't have food if I use that money. That meant I had to get myself into a cocoon and figure out how I come out. And that cocoon was not nice because I was frustrated. I would cry every day because I was feeling very disappointed in myself. I was blaming myself. I was like, I shouldn't have left work. I mean, I was an engineer getting paid so well, but I left to go do business that I didn't even know how to run. I was so sad that people around me had left me. My friends had disappeared. You know that phrase that people use when days are dark? My days became very dark. I went into this dark hole that I didn't even know how to get out of, because I didn't even understand how I got into it in the first place. I mean, I was so passionate that I wanted to do something great. But here I am in this dark hole. How do I come out? I remember I used to cry every day, guys. Every day, crying, because I'm this educated person. I have a life coaching certificate, but I can't do anything. And I would wake up when I would feel motivated to get out of bed, only to go to the couch to sleep some more. And now I had all the time freedom. Remember, we always talk about, oh, I want to start a business because I want time freedom. Time freedom to do what? Because entrepreneurs don't have time. We run everything. But I didn't know that. As I was in a slum, that was it. And I remember it felt like I was dead. I wasn't dead, but it felt like it, because I didn't know how to get myself out of it. And funny enough, how is it that when we are depressed and, especially if you're eating okay, you feel like you're dead, but you're not. And I was also healthy. Why was that? The answer to that was, there's some tool that helped me to get out of that slum gradually. And that is a healing technique that I coach on. And I got it from my life coach as well. The mind has this powerful thing of remembering things that you need when you need them. And I would remember this technique and I would chant it. It's a 2-sentence technique where you chant some words, but after you chant them, you feel better. And that's how I gradually got out of that slum. I remember in 2016, August, I had come back from a soul-searching journey where I was staying in people's homes, and now I came back home. I remember I was about to go, you know how your thoughts trigger you to get into whatever emotion that you go into. I was about to go into that pity party. And I had this thought that popped in my head. I asked myself, when is this horror movie gonna end? When am I going to finally get out of it? And remember I said, when you ask questions, answers come. The answer came immediately after, right there on the couch, that it will end when you decide that it should end. How simple was that? I've been going through this turmoil for months and months, and it's me who got myself in it, and it was me who needed to get myself out of it. And then right after that, I remembered that I actually am a trained life coach, and I have a manual. I had forgotten all that stuff. I went digging up my manual, and I started paging through it. What came up for me was, it's a lot of information that I was going through. But what came out was the thoughts that I was having were digging me deeper into the hole that I was in. And it's all me. Nobody's coming to save me. So in order for me to change that, I needed to start looking at how I was thinking. Remember, I was thinking regrets, thoughts, I was thinking sadness. So I had to force my mind to think bigger, prosperity, how can I get out? Anything that would help me get out. I started changing my thoughts and I started thinking, what other businesses are there that I can do that can help me come out of the slum? And the next thing that I found again on my manual was habits. Habits steal a lot of our time. And without us being cognizant of the habits that are stealing our time, we will never be able to change them. So I started looking at my habits. What are these habits that I spend my time on every day? That's oversleeping. Remember, I'm part depressed, so I'm sleeping every day for no reason. I would cry every day, so that is another bad habit that I was indulging in. Social media. I was always on social media trying to distract my mind. TV. So I started one by one changing all these unproductive habits and asking myself, what can I replace them with? Like when I would get an urge to watch TV, I'd grab a book instead and read. Reading also helped me out of the slum. I started thinking differently because I was reading business books and I learned about how other businessmen and women started their businesses. And I would read about their stories and how they came out of any bad situation that they experienced as entrepreneurs. And that gave me life. And I started over and I was starting from scratch. I remember I called a former friend asking him, how's business? And when I spoke to him, he's a tenderpreneur. He's like, it's great. I'm like, I'd like to learn from you. and we were both in Pretoria. So I actually went back to Pretoria from home to do that. I got an apartment and I started working with him. I was staying with my friend the first 3 months, and then I got an apartment working with him. He would pay me a good salary, but I was learning as much as I could, and I did my own tenders. I started doing my own tenders because remember, I have a engineering qualification, so now I can actually do supply electrical parts. I don't know, go figure it out on the web. I did that. I looked at that, and I looked at what other talents do I have that I can monetize. Remember, that's what I currently do, is help entrepreneurs monetize their talents. It started with me. I looked at all the things that I'm good at doing, and driving is one of them. I love driving. If you need a buddy to drive with to Cape Town, I'm that person. Hey, I love driving. You can wake me up any day. I will drive for you. So I started looking for gigs where I can drive. I was driving for a funeral parlor because they drive the best. It's the German engines, and I love big cars. I started doing whatever it is that can take my mind away from going back to that slum. So that's how I got out, and that's how I got here. And the most important value that came out of that was I focused on personal development more than anything. So even though I do all these businesses, the main thing for me is personal development. I indulge in personal development every day without fail, because I don't like how I feel when I don't do personal development. Hence what I do for a living. And I know that success is 80% psychology and 20% skill. And if you focus most of your time on the 20%, like most entrepreneurs and business people do, you'll never make it to the 1%. Thank you. That's my story.
So it can be quite crazy to be in the restaurant space, and the next entrepreneur, Nabisi, is going to be sharing with us about some of these dynamics of being a serial entrepreneur and in conjunction, at the same time rather, running a crazy and hectic restaurant business. So we're going to be having this amazing talk from Nabisi Tete, who's going to be sharing with us his chronicles, as it were, of running a restaurant business.
So I started out in very wet behind the ears, failing very, very quickly and at a rate of knots. I think probably my biggest achievement is the amount of failures I've had. So I started out in media. I have a finance and IT background. Went into FMCG, worked for some international brands, lived overseas for a little bit, and then came back home and I was like, you know what, I actually want to start a magazine that profiles the new African. And with that, I didn't know how big a statement that was until we actually got into it. And then we started a magazine called Black, which was known as Black Life Quarterly, which showcased the African man, in his strength, in his demeanor. Because we know where we come from as a country, but no one was really profiling where we were going to aesthetically for this African man. So fast forward, lots of learnings, working with a lot of brands, knocking on a lot of doors, getting disappointed at every turn, until we really started giving ourselves a niche as to what we don't do. Mm-hmm. And when we clarified what we don't do as a business, I think that's when the aha moment came for us, and starting from that, publishing opens you up to a world of plethora and businesses. You meet all sorts of different people at different stages and ages. You meet famous people, you meet non-famous people, you meet creatives. So the journey really was birthed through exposure. In Zulu there's a term, ukuhamba ukubona, which is to go is to see. But it's not to see with this, it's to see with this. So for me, that was really the start of this journey. After finishing school, I said to my parents, right, you guys don't know what I've studied. I don't know what I've studied. This is your paper. And here I was. I went on my merry way. Obviously parents being parents, hey, you must get a good job, work for a boss and do X, Y, Z. And that journey kind of catapulted me into this journey of self-actualization and self-realization, to say, okay, so if I'm meeting certain people and they're like, no, but you can't do this.
Yeah.
And I got to that part where I'm like, okay, maybe I can do this. Maybe I should take the plunge and do this. And that's when we really started this journey. I call it a journey because it's a never-ending journey. You know, it's one where we keep learning, and we have to keep, changing our leopard spots and making sure that we adjust. Also with the times, So that's really the journey into this. I think the start of it was, like I said, media exposes you to a lot of call it opportunities for now. And what that did was we were able to engage with our brands, people who advertised with us. So from there, we birthed an advertising agency called Brand Contact Consultants, which were brand consultants helping agencies and advertisers talk the same language. Because at the time we still had Black Diamonds, we still had all sorts of names for all sorts of people. We had Living Standards Measure, the LSMs, that kind of stuff. What they didn't tell you is if you're at LSM levels 10, for example, you had a car, you had a fridge, you had a house, and you had an income of X amount. So that's how they bracketed you and they marketed to you. Yeah. But what they don't say is, yes, you've got a smartphone, but does the smartphone have data? You've got a fridge. Is the fridge got food? You've got a car. Does the car have petrol? So what we then started to do was to engage brands on that, to say, listen, the people who you've targeted don't necessarily speak the brand language you need. So that birthed the ad agency. Now we're doing, we've got a solar company, we've got a tech company that looks into tech startups. So at the moment we're busy within the educational space. We've got restaurants, yes, big Blunders there. So it's just been a learning curve, And if people ask you how business is, I say, let's go to Gold City, jump on the Anaconda, and then spin around, and then ask me that question again. I think I'll start with my current Blunder, because a lot of people want to talk about history. I think for me, in the current day, I've got a landlord. We're not vibing with my landlord. Landlord wants to increase prices. Landlord hadn't promised 100 things, So a lot of that is in the daily, where landlord is now practicing his or her, hey, you haven't paid rent. But I'm like, okay, but you promised to do 1, 2, 3. So there's a lot of that within the restaurant space, Blunders, suppliers, shop fitters charging you exorbitant prices for things that shouldn't be costing a certain amount. Suppliers, black suppliers, contractors, I'm going to mention it, reliability, that kind of stuff is very big within the restaurant space, only because you work on a time basis. It's deadlines, it's deliveries, you don't want to come into a restaurant and we say, no, but this is out of stock, and you want to order that. You could have traveled from far and wide to come and taste our food. But if we don't have those things, then we lose the experience and we lose you. So, hey, can we talk about those kinds of things, where people really, really affect the channel of delivery to restaurants and restaurateurs. So those are the kind of failures for me that I think we should start addressing. We should have them in the open. I always tell my staff, when you come in, you leave your ego at the door, and then you pick it up on your way out again. But when you're in here, you're here to serve, And the environments where our restaurants are in nationally is predominantly travel type of cities, where somebody's coming into your restaurant, they're either traveling or they are coming back from travel, or they're leaving their loved ones. So their emotions are very high. So when they shout, for example, and their food is not there and they've got a plane to catch, it's not because they're shouting at you, it's because there's so much emotion from our clients that, a lot of that gets affected even in the food that you eat and all those kinds of things. So blunders happen every day. So some of the decisions that I would do differently would be around processes and systems. We're very guilty of processes and systems. In an environment where it's a step and repeat, and I think the biggest challenge for me is upon failure, how quickly do you get up? How quickly do you learn from that? And for me, I don't really term it failure. I call it learning. So in my world, then that gives me space to forgive myself whenever I've made a mistake. And mistakes are very costly in the food and beverage space. They'll cost you millions overnight. So it's that kind of mindset that you have to go in with, is learn fast, fail fast, learn fast, fail fast, learn fast. So it's just that process. Something that a lot of the restaurateurs come up with is, especially in the franchising space, if you haven't done 1,000 days in your restaurant, you basically haven't started your restaurant. So that's 3.5, 4 years before we can gladly say you're a restaurateur. So those are some of the things that we've had to learn the hard way. And we've had to learn pretty quickly, and adjust and adapt. And there's a reason why you order juices from certain suppliers. There's a reason why. Yes, we want to try your very entrepreneurial journey, which we all love, but at the cost of what? Do we do tastings, for example? Do you come and share your product with people and say, please come and taste. Let me know what you think. How does this best serve you? What ingredients is in there? I could be allergic to those kind of things. So there's a lot of intricacies, that go into the system that you really, really must have a dedicated team of people to execute with. So my learning journey was more on the job. My learning journey was watching the pros do it. So I had a theory even when I started. By the way, I know nothing about coffee, but I sell a lot of coffee. I know nothing about restaurants, but I understand systems. So for me, the journey was ask those that have traveled this road before you. So I didn't want to open up a restaurant on my own. So what I did was I went through the franchising system. So to learn what that looks like. What is cost of sales? What is standardization? What are standard operating procedures? How do you run a kitchen? How do you do your ordering system? What point of sale system do you use within your restaurant? So all of those things I had to learn from those that have years, because Tina, we want to come in and make our own rules on day one, and it doesn't work like that. Yes, you can make up your own rules as time goes on. But the most important is learn from those that have done it best. Look, I think some of the best wrong decisions I've ever done was to hire people that I thought could do the job. Hire people that I thought had my thinking and my interest at heart. So for me, I think it's people. The people factor has had a lot of mistakes. You pay people a lot of money thinking that they're part of this journey, they're going to do it with you, and they're learning with you, by the way. So it's a big blunder to think that you can do business with family just because they're family, or a varsity friend that you thought, this one for life. But when bread and butter issues start knocking at the door, I think people start doing strange things. Hunger will make people do very strange things. So now it's hire slow, fire fast. I'm not going to be popular with that. Questions around blunders that you're not asking. Yes, there is. Normalizing failure. I think for me, we try and put up our best foot so so forward that we actually can't come back to each other and say, you know what, I don't know what I'm doing. And that's our biggest mistake. You're failing internally, and you're not asking the right people. You know, the people I've engaged with within the food and beverage industry, the likes of Desmond from Signature, he's been doing food and beverage for years. So for us not to tap into those resources is criminal. In fact, I can even say it's pride. Because sometimes I will go there, I will work at his restaurant or work at whichever organization needs me to do. Not because I can't do it, but because I want to learn. I want to know what he knows. Having the same conversations that we should have. Suppliers, being able to cross-check suppliers, being able to, you know, check myself. So we don't give failure its props. We want to come out and look perfect and have the perfect dish and have the perfect business and organization, you know. So when people ask me, how are you? Sometimes I say, I don't know yet, but I'll tell you when I do know. So those kinds of things, and asking for help, you know, people love helping, but we don't come with a humble heart and say, I don't know what I'm doing, please help. So I think for me, normalizing failure, I'm going to even say normalizing learning. Because you don't learn at your best. You know, when you've got 10 million rand in your account, and when you don't have anything, I think the learning happens there.
Yeah.
Because you're vulnerable and you don't know what your next step is. And for me, we're not knowledge suckers. You know, suck as much knowledge from those that have done it before you. How do I blunder-proof my life? Well, the first accident is thinking that you're not going to make blunders. Creating enough room for forgiveness. Creating enough room even with your team for learning. Because it is such a high cutthroat environment. I don't think you can future-proof your blunders. I think you can learn and how quickly you use those blunders. So if something happens now, for example, stock goes off, right? It's load shedding, our fridge wasn't stored properly, our food wasn't stored properly. How then do I ensure that that doesn't happen again? Because now I've lost X amount of money, there's shrinkage, I can't get it back, I can't sell it. How do I then future-proof that? Okay, guys, do you change your fridges? Do you check your fridges every 5 hours or every 3 hours to ensure that your temperature and your room temperature is managed properly? So it's those kinds of things, leaving enough room within your team structures and also getting good people around you. You know, I think the notion that you think you can do it all until you realize that you can't do it all. You know, if you look at the success factors or the critical success factors of successful entrepreneurs or successful business people, they've always surrounded themselves with people who are more clever than them. So I think that for me is the benchmark, is making sure that you surround yourself with people who know more than you, who are passionate about those things more than you, and who will fight for you at the end and fight for what they believe in. You know, we might not agree, but there has to be some common shared goal and shared vision to say this is what we're working towards. So for me, the biggest, you look at the most successful businesses in the world. You know, a guy comes in and he says, "I'm the Messiah," right? But then he doesn't go and preach that. He tells these 12, and he calls them disciples to go to the rest of the world. That's franchising, right? So you know that if you're in China, you're promised the same brand promise that McDonald's would have in South Africa that they would do in China. That's discipleship. Another guy comes and he says, well, I'm going to call my guys prophets, right? And I'm going to do that. So today we have something called Islam. And he's got prophets. what do? They spread the message. So for me, that's what the business is about. Is not thinking that you can do this thing alone. There's enough success stories, right? And of people that have replicated successful stories. And that for me is the key to this. That's the key, is where are the 12 that follow you and follow your business and support your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for the incredible Palisa DJ Manalane. So she is like the living, breathing epitome of against all odds. She is a sports journalist and para-athlete extraordinaire. What a mix, right? So she then has a fireside chat with an ever awesome lady called Mathepo Makhatom Sibi. And in that conversation, they speak about the journey of conquering one of the most terrifying things to happen to anyone. So get ready to laugh, to cry, and be awestruck with Palesa's divine story of triumph over life's biggest curveballs.
Welcome, Palesa DJ. I think I'm the only person that calls you Palesa. I feel like that.
Well,
Maybe, possibly.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So interchangeably during the interview, I'll use Palesa, I'll use DJ. So thank you very much for doing this interview with My Biggest Blunders. So welcome to My Biggest Blunders. Maybe just to dive in. So tell me about where the name DJ comes from.
I used to play soccer. I grew up playing soccer, street soccer, like any township kid. And then I joined a club called Angels FC. And then I went to School of Excellence in Nelspruit. That's where I got the name DJ. So before DJ, I was Tom Tom in Witbank when I was playing for Duva Power Station when Eskom had a league, a soccer league, and for Angels FC. And then I went to School of Excellence and I got the name DJ because I was
Really good, pretty good. To get into Boma FC, wara wara. I'm thinking, so something then occurred to me today as I was prepping, and then I realized that it's the 9th of September. And is it 9 years ago?
Tomorrow's going to be 9 years.
Tomorrow, 9 years ago. Okay. So it's the 9th of September, 9 years ago. So not tomorrow, but today, 9 years ago. Tell me how your life was like.
It was a normal day. It was actually, I was at work. I was 2 weeks into a new job. I was at work, normal day, running around. In the morning, I went for a run at 5 in the morning. When I come back from work, I go for a ride on my bike. Normal average day. I go see friends. I'm looking forward to the 10th because the 10th is my first day off after 2 weeks of training. So yeah.
Sure. So normal day, able-bodied, running around. You were 27 years old. Okay. So tell us what happened then. 10 o'clock on the 10th of September.
So this started in the morning. So in the morning before 10, my usual routine, go for a 10K run, come back, relax, have breakfast. And I'm just thinking to myself, let me clean my cottage because I live in a cottage. Let me clean my cottage for no reason. I clean my cottage, unpack stuff, put them on the floor, and I look outside, I see Dolly. So I name all my equipment. So my bike was Dolly parted.
Okay.
So I see Dolly and I think, let me just go for a ride, quick ride, I'll come back. I take Dolly and just 2 streets up, my friend Nozuko has got a shop. And I pass by the shop and I'm like, I'm just gonna do a quick ride. I'm not leaving the neighborhood because usually I'd cycle maybe say from West Dean to Soweto or to Westop, depending on how I feel. But I just said, I'm just gonna be in West Dean, I'm just gonna cycle around. And I'm asking, what do you want? What do you want me to get? What do you want me to take? And she's like to me, if you see nice flowers or nice plants, just steal them for me and bring them back. Don't worry. And literally 5 streets away from home, there's a road called Manmouth. And I cycled down the steep road. And I'm picking up speed, I'm picking up speed, I'm picking up speed, and the brakes are not catching. And I look up and there's a danger box. And I have to think fast. So on my right is a dam and I can go into traffic, or I can go left, which is an uphill, and use the bike to slow down, the uphill to slow me down. But I turn too fast and I hit the pavement and I fly into the Palesa wall at the UJ Rugby Stadium. And I'm lying there. At that moment, I didn't know I was paralyzed. All I know is that I'm lying there and I'm tired and I'm on my bike and I want to stand up, but I can't do any of those things. So I'm just lying there. And a white man just comes and stands in front of me and he's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, just help me out. And he's like, I can't, I need to call other people, but I can't help you stand up right now. And I'm just like, this guy.
Not understanding.
Okay, I'm like, okay, where's my bike? He's like, your bicycle's there, it's fine. I'm like, okay. And he asked me for a number, and the only number that comes to my head is Nozuko. She's the last person I spoke to. And he calls Nozuko, but in the meantime, there's a crowd gathering around me. And I don't understand why these people are whispering and why they're surrounding me and why no one would move me and why no one would give me water. And I'm just like, I just want to go home. And I hear Nozuko. Do you want me to continue with this?
Yes.
And I hear Nozuko coming and I hear her talking. I can spot her voice anywhere in a crowd. And she's laughing. I can hear her saying, I'm going to get that fool and put her in a car and I'm going to take her to the hospital. She probably just broke her leg. And she comes and she sees me and our eyes meet and she keeps quiet. And I'm like, so are we going home? And she's like, we need to wait for the ambulance. I'm like, but why? Can't we just go home and go to the hospital tomorrow or to the doctor tomorrow? She's like, no, we need to go to the hospital. After the hospital, we'll come home immediately. I'm like, okay, but help me up. Let's take the bike home. And she's like, no.
So it's still not dawning on you
I'm feeling nothing.
that I can't move.
No. I'm feeling nothing except for that it's hot and I'm thirsty and I'm irritable. But otherwise, physically, I'm not feeling anything.
No pain, nothing.
No pain, no nothing. I'm sweating. Well, I thought it was sweat. I didn't know at that time that my head had split open. So I'm thinking, I'm sweating, I'm hot, I'm irritable. And an ambulance arrives. Actually, I think there was 2-3 ambulances that arrived. And I remember the paramedic asking who's closest to her. And Noz was like, I am. And they were like to her, you hold her head so she doesn't panic. I'm like, panic? Why would I panic? You know, and they helped me to the ambulance and just struck me in, but now I'm tired and I want to sleep. And I start closing my eyes. And they tell her, do not allow her to fall asleep. Just talk to her. And I'm just like, let me nap for a good 15 minutes. Then I'll be good, I'll be fine. And Naz just kept talking to me the whole entire time, making me tell her stories, you know, asking me questions. And I was just like, oh, of all days, she wants all these stories of all days today when I'm so tired. And I remember we got to the hospital. What I remember about the hospital was the lights. The lights were on continuously. People were touching me all the time. I remember I heard my ribs break because they were taking x-rays. So when they straightened me out, I could hear the ribs breaking. And I remember I cried out loud. And I thought that was just one day that it all happened. But when Noz explained it afterwards, I was in the emergency room at Joburg Gen for 3 days.
What?
And for those 3 days, the doctors, when my mother arrived, they told her that she must make plans for my funeral because I wasn't going to make it.
Sure.
They wouldn't operate on me. Noz had to fight them to operate me. And she told me that she'd rather have me die in the operating room than here in the emergency room. I don't remember all that. I remember that I was thirsty and no one would give me anything to drink, and that the lights, I kept complaining about the lights. I'm like, can we please switch off the lights? But it's the emergency room. You can't switch off the lights.
So what were your injuries?
So I dislocated my spine. I broke ribs. Those ribs punctured my lung.
Sure.
Fractured a shoulder. Sustained a head injury. I was lucky that I was wearing a helmet. So if you look at my face, I almost lost the eye, and then the scar goes up. But the helmet took most of the injury. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure I'd still be alive. And funny enough, I never wore a helmet when I cycled around the neighborhood. But on that day, I just grabbed it for no reason. I just wear this helmet. Funny enough, I only wore it when I was doing long distance.
So I mean, so take me through the healing process. How long does it take you to heal? When do you go home? You know.
I mean, every injury is different. So I was in hospital for 4 months.
Okay.
And in rehab for 8 weeks. So you're in hospital, they make sure you got enough, because I was in ICU after the operation. And then ICU, and then you put general population is what I call it. You know, and you put there. And then once you're stronger, you're taken to rehab. And in rehab, that's where you learn to sit up straight, to dress yourself, to feed yourself, to bathe yourself, kind of situation. But when I was at Joburg, the nurses that took care of me had already started the process, you know. And I remember they were very strict with me. So in the spine ward, I was the only one who was seriously hurt. So they would use it for, you get patients with hip injuries would come in and go, but I was there the longest, so they were very strict with me. I learned how to wash my face at Joburg. I remember the first time I lifted a teaspoon, a plastic spoon, and it was the heaviest thing.
Sure.
Like, it was heavy. Brush my teeth. The first time I remember I cried because it just hurt. And they had to teach me they tried to teach me how to sit up a bit, and you'd feel dizzy because you'd been lying down for so long. All those things that you have to learn how to redo and to do them. It's like being a child again at 27.
Yeah. So okay. So your injuries then, because of the spine, you're a paraplegic.
Yes. So at the back you've got levels from T to C. Mine is a T9, T10. So that's where your spine runs at the back. So because I'm in the T levels, which is T1 to T12, mine is a T9, T10. Complete, I'm a paraplegic. Had it been higher, I'd be a quad. So quad means that the hands are affected. So the T's, the legs are affected. But because of my level, I don't have stomach muscles as well. So I'm not stable if I'm not on my chair.
Sure. Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm overwhelmed because I can't. Yeah, even in my head, I'm just thinking, oh my God, what a miracle. So I'm gonna jump around a little bit. I'm gonna come back to the recovery journey because I think we need to talk about how you recovered and the people that were there to support you and your family and all of that. But so a year later, and this is why I'm saying I'm jumping around. A year later, you are the world paraplegic champion, paracycling.
Well, not the world. The world would mean number 1.
Yeah.
I'm number 8 in the world.
You're number 8 in the world. I mean,
number 8 in the world.
yeah, it's still a big deal.
Yeah.
Number 1 in Africa. Maybe let me rephrase it. So a year later, you are number 1 on the continent of Africa.
In the H3 category.
Whatever category.
Okay. Yeah.
Whatever category. It takes, some people don't recover. Some people who do recover, it takes them a long time. You, in a year, not only did you recover, but you were competing nationally, internationally. What the hell?
It's life.
So how do you get there? How do you get from I can't pick up the teaspoon to I'm competing internationally?
I made very, very serious choices when I was in hospital before rehab. One of the main choices was that I told my parents that I'm not going home with them. So my parents are in Mpumalanga with me. In Joburg, I have no family. And my mother was like, "You take me home. Where am I? And we're gonna take care of you." And I said, "I'm not going home. If I go home, I'm gonna kill myself." Because I know if I go home, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Mwanaka, oh, man,"
Yeah.
And I was like, "I'm not doing that. You wanna depress me? I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna stay in Joburg on my own, and I'm gonna try." My mother cried. She cried, and I felt bad, but I didn't budge. I'm not going home, so I stayed in Joburg on my own.
Sure.
I mean, I had friends, I had colleagues,
but essentially you're alone.
You know, and those were one of my first choices. My other choice is that after I left rehab, so after I left rehab, my mother was there for like a week, and then she went home because she's a teacher. She had to go teach, and I've got younger siblings. I'm the first of 4. I cut my parents off. That's the second thing that I did. I cut my parents off because every other call, my mother's phone call was like, I can't believe it. My father's phone calls were like, no one in this family is disabled, but
I can't.
Yeah. So I didn't see my parents. So 2015 to 2019, I did not see my parents at all.
4 years.
At all.
Sure.
At all. The only communication my parents had with me was via the last phone. I would tell her I'm okay. She would say, okay. Is there anything that you need? I'm like, I don't need anything. Even if I needed something, I don't need anything. She'd be like, "Sis, can I come see you?" I'm like, "No, not yet. I will tell you when I'm ready." 4 years. And that entire time, I was training. I trained. I made it into the national team. I represented South Africa. I acquired a scholarship at UJ. Went back to work. I fell a few times. I went to hospital a couple of times, but they were not allowed to come anywhere near me.
So the decision that you made was what? I am going to live.
I'm going to live. Because you can either be alive or you can live your life. And as much as our parents love us, I felt at that moment that they want to stunt my growth. And I'm going to continuously depend on them no matter what. And I didn't want that. And this was a new journey that I wanted to take on my own. And I wanted to build my own foundation without every 5 minutes someone asking me, "So how does your mother feel?" Which is also what society does. Every time I'd go somewhere, "Oh, Mara must be in pain. Oh, Papa." I'm like, no. That is affecting me mentally. And I had to think about my mental health. I didn't think of that way that time. I just knew that I just needed them to be there. And when I was ready, and it was in 2019, then slowly I was like, okay, let me see my mom. okay, let me see my sister. Let me see. But it was also on my own terms. So now, in 2023, my mother will tell you, Palisa, don't worry about it. She can handle it.
She's good.
And she's the one who even reprimands people when they start treating me like, it's wrong.
Yeah.
Like, not this one.
But how do you make a decision though to compete internationally? How do you make a decision to? Was it a decision, or do you know?
I mean, I've been an athlete my entire life.
Ah.
My entire life. When I was younger, played soccer, played hockey as a provincial team. From the age of 13, I was in the LVCC Masters. So the Masters is former Springboks and the former team, and I played with them as a goalkeeper. I did bodybuilding, I did weightlifting, I did swimming. So sports was just
A
me.
way of life.
And sports also saved me, because growing up I was also hanged out with the wrong people.
Yeah.
But I luckily, because I went to sporting camps, I was never there when things went completely wrong. As I was somewhere at a hockey camp or at a soccer camp. That's why now, if you see my best friend, who's a guy from when I was a child, he's on drugs and in and out of prison, and I'm in a jail, but I'm living
better.
You understand?
Yeah.
Because I never had that opportunity to do all those things. I was away at sporting camps. So when I had my accident, the only thing that made sense to me was sports. That's the only language I could understand. I needed to compete. Because there's a freedom in playing sport. There's a freedom in cycling. I remember when I got my first hand cycle. And there used to be, he sadly passed away, but Pete, he used to be a driver at my current job. And I didn't work there at that time. So they gave me they sponsored the chair. 2 weeks after I came out of hospital, I wrote an email to everyone and anyone. And I said, my name is Palisa, I just had an accident. I just came out of hospital. I'm 2 weeks out of hospital. I'd like to become a national athlete. I need a hand cycle. Hand cycles, brand new, cost from an easy 300,000, 400,000, depending on the make.
Sure.
You understand? I don't have that money. It needs to be imported.
Yeah.
It needs to be my body size, my
Customized.
custom made. Can you help me? And they said yes.
Wow.
Never met me. He said yes. We will get you a hand cycle. We will help you the best way that you can. And Prapit took me he fetched me from home and we got to Milder's Drift. And I remember the first time I got into the hand cycle and we were going down a steep hill. And I just breaked and I started crying. And he said, what's wrong? Are you hurt? I'm like, I'm scared. Because I'm in a chair because I went down a steep hill.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, just take a breath. Let's relax. And for a whole week, we just go slightly further, slightly further.
Yeah.
And then a month later, I cycled 45 kilometers. And it was the best thing ever. It was painful. It was the best thing ever. Then in that year, I cycled 45 kilometers to 110 kilometers with him. And I just cycled, and it was also the same year that I made the national team and represented South Africa and came number 8 in the world. UJ picked me up, and I started doing track for them as well, and cycling, and I did sitting shot put, and I started swimming, and I started wheelchair boxing. I just wanted it all. Just wanted it all,
Yeah.
And I wasn't working in 2015, and I was freelancing here and there. Because every time you applied for a job, people are like, oh, we're doing you a favor. This is how much we're willing to pay you because, you're disabled and we're doing you a favor. And that's another thing that got me into activism. I'm like, I've got the qualifications, I've got the experience.
Yeah.
I just can't walk
I just
anymore.
need an opportunity. Yeah.
So it was a busy year that year.
It was a busy year. So, this is me jumping around again. So, because the platform is my biggest blunders, and I think that the simplistic way of defining it is just what are some of the decisions, big and small, mistakes that became blunders in hindsight, that we make, and also just sharing part of the stories and the lessons that we learn from that. So I'm going to jump to that and then ask you, what are some of those decisions, or one, decision, mistake, blunder that you think you made that when you look back now, you're just like, eh?
I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Okay. I think let's start with my education.
Okay.
So I was on a UJ scholarship, and when COVID hit, I was doing my second qualification with them, which was my third qualification overall. And they were paying for everything. They were willing to pay for me to go all the way to a PhD. And I dropped out after my graduation. I was just like, no, I don't wanna go after a PhD. And the main reason I dropped out was because I was so stressed. I was stressed because I'd been selected to go represent South Africa at the World Cup. 2 World Cups and a World Championship, but I didn't have funding. I didn't have funding, which meant that I missed out on the Paralympics, the 2020 Paralympics. And I took it so hard that I just didn't want to do anything. And I think that if I had held on a bit more, I'd still be cycling at that national level. I'd be competing. Maybe I'd be going to Paris next year, Paris 2024, if I just held on. Because they would give me all the support that I needed. But I not going to Tokyo when it was so close, just broke me. I know that broke me more than my disability did. The fact that I could see the Paralympics right there, and all I had to do was go to at least one World Cup or the World Championships, and so that was one blunder there for me. I was just like, maybe just held on. The bike, you know. In 2012, I was dating
this person.
And I had a bicycle, and she made me sell it, you know, and she was like, no, sell this bicycle, it's not safe. I could still walk at that time. And when we broke up, I was like, yeah, she's gonna tell me what to do. And I bought a bike, and I ended up in a chair. I was just like, yo, maybe if I'd listened to her, you know, sometimes on those days I'm like, if I'd listened to, okay, man. Yeah, so it just,
it's one of those.
Yeah, those I'm just like, oh, off it. But it is, it's life now, and besides that, once in a while thought about maybe if I'd listened to her, I have no regrets about my accident.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. The adventures that I've been on since my disability. I mean, I went to Africa Burn this year in a wheelchair. You know?
Yeah. So I mean, what is some of the biggest lessons? I'm just, you know, listening to the bike, you know, Blunder, and I'm also listening to, you know, to the other one around not going to compete and all of that. What is your takeaway from that? What was your biggest lesson when you look back in hindsight now? What has come out of it?
Well, you have to live with your decisions. This is a decision that I made, and I've got to live with it. And, you know, I may not be competing, but I've created space for athletes to compete, and I tell their stories. So maybe this is my new journey now, to tell stories of disabled athletes and create a space in organizations that did not, you know, carry their stories. You know, every day when I'm at work, you will see a story or two about a para-athlete. Doesn't matter whether they're in the Eastern Cape or whether they're brown, black, or purple, and you know, maybe mine not competing is good for them. It also makes me happy to tell these stories, because when I first became disabled, the only athlete that I knew was Oscar Pistorius, and he did not represent me. He's a white man who's an amputee. He's a white rich man. You know, I'm a black girl from a township with parents from the rural areas. So I had no one that looked like me. But when I find these stories, you know, of Max, who's from the Eastern Cape, who a couple of years ago didn't have funding to be a bodybuilder, and right now, today, he's competing, you know, as a bodybuilder here in Joburg, and he's the first pro bodybuilder in a wheelchair from Africa. You know, stories like that. You know, we've got this Zanele Situ, who's 52 this year, who still represents South Africa at a Paralympic level in sitting shot put. She was the first black woman, person, 98.
Yeah.
You know, Springbok colors, medal.
Yeah.
So those stories,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I might not be competing at that level, but I'm able to tell
Get
those
to
stories.
amplify those stories.
You know,
Wow, wow. Okay, so you know, in closing, I think I still have so many questions that I'd love to ask, but what are some of the things that and you know, I'm gonna ask this question as if it's an advice. However, I think able-bodied, that's what we are calling it. I think able-bodied people, there's a lot of things that we take for granted. So what are some of the simple things that we take for granted that you can, you know, mention as part of advice to everybody out there to consider?
I mean, you take access for granted. Access is the most basic thing. A toilet. A toilet is the most basic human right that able-bodied people deny disabled people. You know, they're too small, or they've got stairs into them. They're just not accessible because no one bothered to ask us what our needs are. Access to education. How many disabled kids get access to education? And is that education at the level of an able-bodied person so that they can go to university and acquire qualification and go work after this? I mean, in a workspace, how many disabled people do you know? You know, within media, within law, you know,
all the different industries.
Access to hospitals, medical care, clinics. If you go to rural areas, the clinics have got stairs. How am I supposed to access that when I'm a complete paraplegic? Do you think the nurses are going to carry me up those stairs?
Sure.
You know, the beds in hospitals, you can't adjust them. I can't use them. Disabled women who want to have kids, can they access the gynecologist? Because those beds, you've seen them, you can't use them. You know, so I guess the thing is human dignity. Just see us as human beings and consider our needs. Ask us. You know, in a room full of able-bodied person, if there's one disabled person, ask that person what their needs are. But if you're not in that room, then advocate for us.
Sure. Wow, thank you so much. I mean, it just leaves me with so much to ponder on, that if there is that person, I mean, you know, one of the things, and I think I heard you say it, it's, you said what? Not for us?
Nothing for us without us.
Nothing for us without us. And I think I want to end this interview on that note, to then say nothing for us without us. If there is a disabled person in the room,
let them speak.
Let them speak. Check the room. Asiphelela. If you are not checking for the disabled people in the room, then asiphelela. Thank you so much, DJ, for this interview.
Thank you.
I wish you all of the best.
Counting my sorrows emerging from my soul, each one of them piercing through the corners of my heart, driving away all joy that it ever knew, quenching the fires, bringing only grief. But no one dares to say a word, even if sadness is dancing in my eyes as the tears fall from my face to the ground. No one even whispers a sound. Gunenkinga la pekaya, injabulo ayiko gunenkinga La Pekaya Uptongo Abu Ko. Every night I sing a sad lullaby, asking myself questions like why is it so profoundly obscure? How does one find peace when there's nothing to smile about? How does one find joy when there's no peace? But no one dares to say a word, even if sadness is dancing in my eyes. As the tears fall from my face to the ground, no one, no one, no one, no one even whispers a sound. But no one dares to say a word, even if sadness is dancing in my eyes. As the tears fall from my face to the ground, no one, no one, no one, no one even whispers a sound. Kunenkinga La Pekaya Injabulo Aiko Kunenkinga La Pekaya Injabulo Aiko Kunenkinga La Pekaya Uptongo Abu Ko Kunenkinga La Pekaya Injabulo Aiko Injabulo Aiko Injabulo Aiko.
Those were the soulful sounds from Pindile, the soul provider. Like, soul provider, you get that? So anyway, so Pindile is a singer, songwriter, guitarist, as well as a poet. She's born in Pretoria as Pindile Ngana, South African, and is the queen of soul. Is a guitarist, a poet, a composer, and an arranger, with both sides of her family being gifted musicians. And it comes with no surprise that she followed this artistic path.
So I'm very excited because my blunder is done, and now it's your turn.
The joke's on me.
So
Yeah.
it's Ria's turn to have the biggest blunder. What did you share about?
Look, I think I've mentioned this earlier, but it was how I attached my value too much to what I was going through. So in the video, it speaks about, you know, how I even got into entrepreneurship space.
Wow.
I don't think it was a choice. I don't think for me it was a choice. But I got into it because of my academic failure. And I linked the academic failure too much to my worth or who I am, or identified in a certain space. And so that's what I then speak about, and how that impacted the work that I did and how I felt certain opportunities weren't for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look, I took a lot from her talk, so I'm hoping that it's going to be insightful. Let's have Ria.
Hi, I'm Rebeto Molapo. I'm a speaker, entrepreneur, facilitator, and enthusiast.
Welcome to my biggest planners. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
You were at university,
Yes.
at a dorm room.
Yes. Wow. So I was at the University of Cape Town. Those who know. So, like, you know, people that know, it's one of those sought after institutions that you kind of want to have under your name. But yeah, so I'm in a dorm room in, I forgot the name of the res. I don't think it was Leesbeek Gardens. I think it was Forest Hill. So I'm in Forest Hill during a time where it was the sub exams at the beginning of the year. So I had come back a little bit earlier to write my economics 201 paper. I think it was micro. And it was a sub. And it was literally the pinnacle of whether I was going to make it or not. If I passed this, then I would have stayed. If I didn't pass it, then it's toodles to me. And so I'm sitting there waiting for my results to get back. And yeah, the stunny comes in, knocking. Go, 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 go. Riabetswe, Riabetswe. I'm looking for Riabetswe. I keep quiet. I'm like, do I act like there's nobody here or what? I keep quiet for like a good 5 minutes. She keeps knocking. And I'm sharing the flat with another girl in, a different room. Her door was also locked. So I think it was one of those flatlets where it had 3 rooms or 2 rooms sharing a kitchen and a bathroom. And so she goes, opens the door, and the Dani says to her, I'm looking for Rebetso. And she's like, oh, okay. And we don't know each other. We're strangers. We just met each other for that specific time. She opens the door, and she's like, there's a lady waiting for you. And this lady says to me, pack your bags and leave. And I'm like, no, I'm here, I'm subbing, I'm waiting for my result. She's like, sweetheart, you are in financial arrears. Please make sure that you pack your bags right now and leave. And so I had no plan. I'm in Cape Town. I'm from Limpopo here, and had no plan, no backup. It's early in the year. Most of my friends are not even there yet, even the ones that have flats. So there's no one that I can talk to and to say, hi guys, can I just, crash on your couch? But luckily I had a cousin who was studying in a different institution. He was studying fashion at Cape Tech. I called him, I think he was in class, and I'm like, brah, Shubile, can you please just come through and see what, either come help me pack my bags and we find a way where can I crash it, I don't know, at your place or at your res or whatever. And he's like, you can't crash at my res, but I can talk to one of my female friends if you can, stay at her place. And yeah, he comes through within an hour, helps me pack my bag, we get an Uber. Then I think there weren't Ubers, I think it was meter taxis. And we go to his friend's place, and I'm there waiting for my results. When I wait for a good week for the results, and I get a call, or I see, on the Vula account or whatever that you've been academically excluded. So there I was, this individual, both just kicked out of the UCT system like kafulad, we don't want you here. And I find myself in an emotional, black hole. Because here I am, this girl who I felt was a smart person when I left high school, was one of those top students, was able to get into UCT, quite hard institution to get into. And then by second year, that same institution that I had put pride in doesn't want me in it. And so my sense of identity was now questioned. My worth, because I had valued myself just as that person, is also questioned. And yeah, it's just not that exclusion, it's just my internal existential crisis there. I think that was the first time I had an existential crisis, apart from a couple of weeks ago when I was busy with my MBA exams. But nonetheless, that was, what was happening at that time. And now I need to call my mother to let her know what's happening in life. I call mom, hi ma, so I got kicked out already. And I just found out that I'm no longer a UCT student. So can you quickly book a flight for me to come back home? I don't know what my plan is, but can I come home? Frantic as she was actually calm, and she was able to calm me down and like, okay, cool, we'll figure it out when you get home. So mommy books the flights, and then also books my bus to go back to Limpopo, and there I was, a girl without a plan. And yet I'm normally the person who's like, in life you must have plan A, B, C, so that if something doesn't work out, you know what's next, strategize. But I didn't have any plan, I didn't have any sense of worth. And I had put my entire value and existence on a degree, on a CASA, what do you call it? Yeah, qualification at the back of my name, because in my entire, well, from grade 10, all of my friends knew, CASA. So that was like, you know, for good 2 years, I was prophesying myself to be the CA that I never became. And so the question was, do I then, even back trying to figure out who am I about, what am I about, trying to figure out, do I continue with this degree? Do I still want to be a chartered accountant? What do I want to do? So I spent a whole 6 months practically doing nothing, engaging in nothing academically, doing sort of like a soul-searching exercise. I just remember this one week, and by the way, when I came back from home, I was a round individual. So I had 3 chins. People who know what freshers bread is know what that is. So I was this blob of an individual getting back home. So I feel depressed about just the way I look, who I am. And we didn't live that far from Peter Mugaba. So I wake up this one morning, have this epiphany that I should be waking up and either starting to walk or run. And I then, and the funny part is I came back home at the beginning of the year. So I'm a church girl, and one of the things that would happen at the beginning of the year at our church was we'd have a fast, Daniel's fast specifically. So I came back to that, and I continued that for a good 6 months. My hope for that was to cleanse my system, but to also kind of like be a part of the soul-searching journey. So to cleanse the palate, eat veggies all the way. The only thing that I changed was I think I just added the fish. So I was more pretty much of a pescatarian for a good 6 months, but made sure that each and every morning and late in the evening or later in the afternoon, I would run or walk. So that was my time where I would meditate, just trying to figure life out. And I got this epiphany that, well, chances are what happened to you has happened to other people or could happen to other people. And that was when I was like, well, what would have happened if I had an intervention previously, whether it is from a point of figuring out whatever career, because I was vague in that area. I chose that degree that I chose only because, I don't know, I wanted money. And there was some lady who came at school who told us that the CA degree brings a lot of money apart from, what you call it?
Prestige.
Yeah, it's like a prestigious thing. And so I knew I could not do actuarial. I'm not that much of a numbers person. And so the next best thing was the CA thing. And I knew I could not do medicine. I knew I could not do anything in health or engineering. And that was one of the reasons. I didn't choose it because it fitted well with my personality or my persona or my passion or my abilities or my talents. I literally just chose it because it was a means to an end. And because somebody came in school to say that if you want money, this is the way to go. So I felt that if I had intervention or some sort of like mentor or person that could gauge with me what it's like in university in the first place, what happens there, that life school, academic balance, how do you fix that? Because one of the things that I noticed with myself was I was engaged in a whole lot of societal engagements. So Black Management Forum, I was like in the leadership structure. At Res, I was, in the house comm leadership structure. At UCT Radio, I was there busy producing entrepreneurial talk shows, leadership talk shows, which is weird how now it's kind of like full circle-ish in terms of the content that I prefer to speak about, to do, to engage in. But those were all part of who I am today. But I do feel that, and that's why I strongly believe in mentorship, and that's where my organization Young Is came about. I was like, okay, what could I do to kind of bridge the gap, to tell them, hey guys, this thing, university is like this. When you choose your career, choose it based on your abilities, choose it based on your passion, not just based on what it can do for you. Though there are certain elements and, my views change a little bit, but still focus on, what you're passionate about and find a way of monetizing that. And that plays a big role in why I love entrepreneurship as well. But nonetheless, and that's, where my organization came through. And essentially what happened was I went back to my high school, had a meeting with our principal back then, and I asked him, meneer, kan ek asseblief net met die matrieks praat? And he's like, sure, actually you can have the whole school. You can come through at assembly, speak to the students about your experience. And actually remember one of the guys in the audience, he's actually a mentee of mine now, doing brilliant things within the media space. And he literally came back to me, I think, after I'd spoken 2 years later to say, Ria, by the way, that talk that you had at school, it helped me pivot to what I'm doing now. And that was when I've like, eureka moment, this is what I've been called to do. And so I feel what I do is more of a calling than just a career. So yeah, from my high school, I then started engaging it with other, high schools in the surrounding townships, Kopolokwane, as well as the villages in the surrounding areas. And it later on got to a point where I would then partner with like the local municipalities, Polokwane Municipality, Capricorn District Municipality, and even some projects with like the Premier's Office, NYDA here and there. But yeah, it was engaging on, developing the community. So it was more outreach programs and projects. And it was later on, I was like, actually, I think I'm onto something here. And then decided to kind of like formalize it. But even in the formalization, I could still feel and sense that I wasn't running it from a business mindset perspective. But also, I realized that it wasn't really as structured as I wish it could be, but also the audience that I was speaking to was growing. It wasn't just high school people anymore. It's now, college students, TUT, University of Limpopo types of youth, and they have a different, in the position that they're in, they have a different view of what they want to achieve in life.
So you started speaking to university students next.
Yeah. So in that, I felt like, in as much as there is a point of connection, there is a little bit of a disconnect because I'm talking to university students while I have a non-existential half-degree thing going on. So what exactly was I motivating them to do or to be? So I felt that I myself needed to then reground and find that point of authority, as one would call it, from an academic perspective, to even understand, yes, I understand the varsity college experience, but now I need academic grounding. I need to actually fully understand what I'm speaking about, but not only from a speaking perspective, but even from me. I'm running an organization, but I'm not running it from a business, running it as a full-on entity. And so that was when I shopped around for a couple of institutions. Also, I think it was my mom who popped that idea to say, okay, Manaka, you can't just be going on without any degree, considering your level of whatever, intellect, if you can call it as such. So get on it. And even before I actually registered with the institution that I am with now, I did start from scratch with UNISA, actually, funny enough. I started from scratch with UNISA because of the academic exclusion and the financial exclusion. I couldn't get hold of my transcript, right? So you can't even get that 50%, what do they call it?
Accreditation?
Exemption. That exemption to say, at least, yes, that's halfway, So I literally started from scratch with UNISA. And I think I was on the third level of most of my courses. MENEC was mimicking me. Management accounting was mimicking me. And I think that was literally where I got to the ceiling. I was like, this thing is not for me, Joe. I can see this financial management accounting, what is happening here? And it was just flames for days. And it made me question, like, am I not, like, it still made me question my value, made me question my intellect. And I was like, but guys, I'm actually like, I love business content, not necessarily accounting content. I do see the means to an end with the numbers and understanding financial statements, and I see where it plays a role in my life now, but I'm just saying that from a career perspective. And that was when I shopped around at certain institutions, and one that stood out for me was Henley. Somebody recommended it to me, and I tried to apply for the postgrad and was like, you have a half degree, my darling, you won't qualify. Even if they do like RPL, you won't qualify. So I had to, and I was told about the long queue that was there for just applying. And I was like, okay, in the meantime, I can't waste any more time. And I just registered their advanced certificate in management practice. And to be honest with you, that was when my mind shifted. I think I kind of felt value because I'm in a classroom. At that time, I was like one of the youngest people in the class. I think then they hadn't even had youngish people. It was a new concept of having young individuals in the classroom, but feeling respected by people who are in corporate, who are in management, just by engaging with them, that they actually listen to what you have to say, that it's actually of value, whatever topic that we were speaking about, whatever course or module that we were busy with. And that built up that sense of confidence that I'd lost 10 years prior. And that then really helped for me to be the person that I am today. I generally don't take nonsense right now. Because of that, I don't take nonsense right now.
So what are you studying now? So you did the certificate?
Sure, I did a certificate, and then I was able to, via recognition of prior learning, get into the postgrad. Right now I'm busy doing my MBA. I'm halfway through it. I'm even busy with the next one, considering, but I'm just, busy with the MBA right now. And I feel like it's a bit of a full circle of this. I feel at home in this space with this kind of content. It helps me with some of the consulting work that I do, with some of the SMEs and the startups that I'm able to advise and work with and consult with. So I feel like I'm me, I'm myself. I feel confident in my, I felt stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I felt like a dumb cop after that exclusion, and it took me a whole close to 10 years to recover, just to feel like, okay, there's a space for you rabbits in this world. Even though from an outside perspective, I still looked like I was performing. So people would see me doing things, going to the villages and being engaging, but internally, I just didn't feel like, I just didn't feel like anything. I felt like, when I'm more like a Blunder really.
Okay.
So
What lessons would you want to share?
Look, the key lessons would be never to put your own, your value on things, like never to put your value on a title or an institution or whatever you're working on. You as an individual are the value. And another, lesson is the importance of mentors, man. I think I value just external advice. Whether I do take it, sometimes I don't. But just having an ability to have someone or some people that you are able to speak to in spaces that you would like to enter into, because they're able to bring in a dimension of, I've been through this, and this is the best way of approaching it. Whether it is from a point of, that's why I would mentor younger people than me. I haven't made it, but I see the value of, even if you haven't made it, there's certain wisdom that you've gained from the life experience that you're living, and that person will value it. And just not undervaluing yourself, man, undermining yourself, actually. Right now, the mind space that I'm in is I feel like I can tap into a lot of things that I previously wouldn't have. I'm able to engage with people at a level that previously I wouldn't have, just based from a value perspective.
Give us an example.
I can talk to you. I can engage with you. I think if you'd met me 5 years ago, not 5, but maybe earlier, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to, because I feel I feel intimidated.
Okay.
But I at this point I can stand my ground on certain things, and sometimes have a certain level of liver that you kind of do need in an entrepreneurship. If you're a risk-averse individual like I am, you're able to take the losses and still move on to the next thing. And that's something that's like, you take the losses, you take the blind, you're like, okay, sharp, let's move on to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last word.
Wow. My last word to any young person, or any individual at that, is, these people like to say, believe in yourself. But I do believe in the higher self. So I believe in God. And so for me I truly believe that had it not been for that kind of conversation that I had with him during my runs to Pitomkaba Stadium, my meditations and prayers, I wouldn't have figured out who I am, what I'm about, and be solidly firm about that. Because I don't think I've shifted from the core of what I believe that I've been created for. Those conversations with God help me have a relook at myself, what I'm able to bring to the table in any table setting, but also the constant feeling of, I feel like life is a lesson. So you're constantly learning. You don't know everything. I'm busy studying master in business administration. Yeah, I says next. We don't know nothing, you know? And just being willing to absorb anything from anyone. And it's not just wanting to absorb from people in high executive. It's literally being able to absorb even from a security person, even from a receptionist. And just being an individual who sees people as stories, that add on to your story, but also people that help guide and shape who you are as an individual. And that, yeah, we're not isolated. I had to meet my, heroes in the middle of my journey, these people who pivoted my thoughts or views on certain things, and that we're not islands, we're humans, we're interconnected, we're droplets in an ocean, and without the mini droplets, we wouldn't be, a collective. So understanding that and looking at that also just from an entrepreneurial perspective, you can't do things by yourself. So yeah. Have you ever wondered what happens if you mix entrepreneurship and theology? Actually, wait, can they be merged? Well, we've got Elif Muhlenberg, who is the epitome of the merge between theology and entrepreneurship. And he's essentially going to be talking about the guy's academic journey, which actually sounds like a comedic script. So he studied business, then went all theological on us. I need to meet this guy. And so he's literally got like one foot in the boardroom and another foot in the confession booth. I wonder what stories he's been hearing in the confession booth. But yeah, what a holy hustle that he's been having. And so, yes, so also he's an author. Let's give a round of applause for Elif Muhlenberg.
Hello, 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 and welcome to the Fireside Chat edition of My Biggest Blunders. Today we're sitting with the powerful Elif Muhlenberg. He's a social entrepreneur and an author. Elif, welcome.
Thank you.
And thank you you're going to be vulnerable enough to share one of your biggest blunders with us. So thank you for doing that. Appreciated. Now, before we dive into your entrepreneurial journey, let's get to know you. So tell me a little bit about where you're from, and you can go as far back as you want to.
Cool. Cool. So I was born in the Netherlands. I'm going to give away my age in 1987.
Okay.
So grew up in a middle-class household, if you want to call it that. But very quickly got a sense of that the world's an unequal place to be in.
How early on was that?
7.
Wow.
So my mom, my mom and grandfather have always been quite inspirational to me. So my mom always used to go to help people with, she's a bookkeeper, so she used to help people with disabilities with their financial bookkeeping and stuff like that. So you already got to see in a quite early age that people from different backgrounds had different opportunities, right?
Yeah.
And then a lot more immigrants used to come, and I was friends with some of those, and you could see how their lives were very different growing up than how I grew up. Even though I was in no way privileged from a Netherlands perspective, I was still privileged.
Okay.
So yeah, so from an early age, kind of got a sense of injustice in the world.
Okay.
But sports was much more exciting than injustice, and it was also much more exciting than academia, particularly in high school. So I kind of cruised through high school, became an athlete for a while. So I played basketball semi-professionally for a while, and then I graduated really young. So it was me and my brother, and I graduated from high school when I was 15. I graduated from university when I was 19, and started my first business when I was 21. So. But after graduating from university, that was kind of like a pivotal moment. I had 2 options. I could go into corporate. I actually got an offer from a larger Dutch multinational. But I was like, no, this is not for me. I don't want to really go into corporate and become a slave.
Okay.
No offense to anyone who's in corporate, but that was just not for me.
Yeah.
So my thinking was, okay, cool, I want to become a teacher. So I was 18 at the time, and I looked at the worst high school in town, and I wrote them an application letter. I was like, I was a horrible high school student, so I know these kids, and I know what they will be up to.
Yeah, yeah.
And a week later, I was teaching. So I was an economy and economics and sociology teacher. I did it for a year and a half, and then kind of had the idea to say, okay, cool, in the Netherlands at least everyone has the opportunity to go to school, and for me education is quite pivotal when it comes to long-term growth and long-term equitable opportunities for people. So I was like, there are other places in the world where people don't have those opportunities. So I was like, and I was young, so I wanted to go on an adventure.
Okay.
So I traveled through South America, ended up in the Amazon jungle of Brazil. Long story short, so a chief of a village there for river community asked me to build a school there. I said yes, after saying no initially, because it was horrible there. And went back to the Netherlands, quit my job, started Risa, and entrepreneurial journey had started. So in a nutshell, that's who I am. My background is I have two degrees. I have a master's in theology, and I have a honors in economics.
Okay.
And I'll start my doctorate in January in theology. So then, that's pretty much how my entrepreneurial journey started. That was about 15 years ago. In those 15 years, I've made a lot of blunders. So excited to unpack some of those.
I always say that there's possibly 3 things that will quickly introduce you to you. Entrepreneurship, travel, and a relationship. Being in a relationship with another human being will quickly tell you who you are, right? So in terms of that, you've mentioned that you started your first business at 21 and then you went traveling. How did those 2 things, especially that early on in your young adult life, shape you, impact you?
No, quite strongly, I would say. So the first business I started was a non-profit, right? So it was out of the question of starting a school in the Amazon jungle.
And that was Risa.
That was Risa.
Yeah.
So I started Risa, just asked a bunch of friends if they wanted to be on the board. First blunder. But it actually was fine then, but it would be a blunder now. But essentially started Risa, but it was so small that we were literally selling fat cooks and to raise funds, right? So fat cooks, doing ice skating courses, all kinds of stuff just to raise funds to build a school. So there was no way that I could draw a salary from that. And then I started my second business, which was a tutoring business called Upgrade Education. And Upgrade Education, I linked students from high schools who were struggling with subjects to university students who wanted to generate an income while being in university and being good at a particular subject. So then I would oversee them with having a teaching background. And that's how I was an entrepreneur for-profit in the evening and an entrepreneur non-profit during the day. And that's a lot of fun. But I think it shaped me in a way that you gain confidence over time as an entrepreneur. Initially, especially as in a non-profit world, asking for money is very, very intimidating. And I remember the first guy who gave us money, a donation. I think it was 250 euros. I wish it was 250,000, but it was 250 euros. But it felt like it was 250,000 euros. Because it was a confidence booster. So especially being that young, and I was like, what do you know? You come out of university, you don't have any practical experience on how to run a business. But I had a drive, partly because I wanted to build something, and partly also because I wanted to prove something to myself and to other people that I could do this.
Okay, so it sounds like from Risa, and at least you said you were doing one thing in the evening, one during the day. It feels like you've evolved into doing both at the same time as a social entrepreneur, right? What has been the major difference for you from being a social entrepreneur and being an entrepreneur?
So I think my journey was the other way around, right? I started with a completely charitable mindset to say, non-profit, and a non-profit should not have any salary expenses, etc., etc. But then, over time, I started to realize that there's a reason why charitable work and aid, in an economic sense, often don't move the needle sufficiently.
Yeah.
They're good when it comes to emergency relief and those kind of scenarios, but for long-term economic growth in a country, a continent, or even a town or community, it's not a solution.
Yeah.
So we then started to develop economic models that underpin the programs that we would implement charitably initially,
Okay.
and then develop those into social entrepreneurial models. And
Okay.
the major turnaround were two things actually. The one is we developed what we call the RISA cycle, which is a holistic development cycle, where we move from development to trade in order for the local community to be able to reinvest in themselves.
Yeah.
And the second, which was probably more of an evident change, was what we call market creating innovations. So essentially, all of our programs are underpinned by certain levels of innovations, and it's not even technology, it's process innovations. It's changing a doctor with a nurse kind of thing to make
Okay.
things cheaper.
Yeah.
And if you make things cheaper while there's demand, it makes them more accessible. So by doing so, you create a market that didn't exist before. So in a primary healthcare space, replacing a general practitioner with a nurse makes the costs of care, primary healthcare, from 1,000 rand to 200 rand.
Yeah.
Right? And that 200 rand is much more affordable. So more people can afford that, and you create a market by doing so. So that underpinned kind of like how we look at things and how we develop local economies, and that inspired my social entrepreneurial journey. And once that cat was out of the bag, there was no turning back.
Okay. So a lot of times I hear social entrepreneurs struggle with the entrepreneurial side of that charitable or developmental mindset that they might have. Would you say that even as a social entrepreneur, the bottom line should still be your focus in order to have long-term impact, right? Because it is about impact.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest difference with a social entrepreneur and entrepreneur is that you don't maximize the bottom line, right? So you're not there to maximize profits.
Yeah.
But you're still there to make a profit, right?
And I'd love us to park there for a second, Aliv, to really embed it into our listeners that as a social entrepreneur, you still have to have that focus on your bottom line. Yeah.
No, 100%. And I think, so for me, what I look at is, okay, does a project make impact?
Yeah.
Right? And if it doesn't make impact, we shouldn't do it in the first place. But then how can we make that project profitable and financially viable? So we're currently on a quest to make early childhood development centers viable.
Okay.
Which is really difficult.
I can imagine.
Because the income is completely dependent on affordability of parents paying school fees, right? And also on priority of expenses towards school fees.
Yeah.
Particularly in communities that we operate in, those kind of long-term investments are not prioritized often. Like an immediate relief of a problem like healthcare is more prioritized. So, but that's kind of like how we then look at it, is okay, how can we make this viable? And that's where often innovation comes in.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's technology, sometimes it's processes, sometimes it's geographical, moving things around in order to make them more viable. But then you need creativity and innovation and problem solving, design thinking, and that then comes into play in order to make things that are normally not viable.
Yeah.
But in the bottom line is still the bottom line. So if it doesn't work financially, you should also not do it. So for us, those are two criteria. One is if it doesn't work impact-wise, you shouldn't do it. Two, if it doesn't work financially, you shouldn't do it. And always have in mind who's your customer, right?
Yes.
So there are three models around this. One is you provide a service, government pays for it, which is not our preferred model. The second is you provide a service, someone else pays for it, like a more of a donation type of vehicle, but still just make a profit. The third, which is our preference, is you provide a service, the end user pays for it, right? Whether that's the parent or the patient or whatever. And sometimes you have a blended model in order to make it more viable. But in the end of the day, it has to be profitable.
I love that we're having this conversation, Aliv, and I know it's not necessarily blunder-based, but I think for the social entrepreneurs that are listening to this episode, it's important to understand that yes, it is about the impact, but also it needs to be financially viable. So let's move on Let's
Yeah.
dive into those blunders.
Cool.
So you want to share your first one?
Yeah, no, I think it's a repeated blunder. So,
Yeah, sometimes we have those,
yeah,
right?
no, I think and my family heritage is from the north of Netherlands, and they are known to be incredibly stubborn. So I'm also known to be stubborn.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
takes a long time to realize there's actually a blunder. But so when it kind of adds to what I described earlier, my strengths as an entrepreneur are around design thinking, right?
Okay.
Innovation, design thinking, coming up with solutions that are not necessarily the obvious ones. Where my blunders normally sit is that the operations is not ready for that, right? So you have designed a program that no one is ready to implement.
Okay.
So, and it's cost us a lot of time, quite a number of times. And at some point I was like, okay, cool. We need to change this, because I was so far ahead with design thinking and didn't allow it to be practical operationally, that on paper it looked fantastic, right? And in a sales pitch it looks even better, but in operations you're like, I don't think we're ready for this. And it's happened a few times where it really bit us to say, okay, cool, we anticipated this outcome, but we went too fast. And we went too fast with the implementation of it without stress testing it in almost like a lean incubation type of way. We had a minimum viable product, but we didn't test that product. So we just basically immediately built on that minimum viable product, thinking that this would be the solution. While operationally, we weren't able to implement it to what was it on paper. And also then it misses the mark from an impact perspective.
Yeah.
So I think there are a number of blunders that happen in the same way. And it's it's important that you learn from those. Right?
Absolutely.
But I think we'll get to that.
Yeah.
But that's for me, it's a repeated blunder. I think I've done it 2 or 3 times.
Wow, that's interesting. So this was for your own company, or was it for clients?
Both, for our own company and clients. Yeah. So we would then get clients to help them with the solution, but then actually the product wasn't ready for that solution. If that makes sense. But we've done it internally as well.
So would you say then that it's important to get that user feedback early on?
Very important. So I think that's
while you're building your MVP.
Exactly. So I think the moment you have an MVP, before make it bigger, stress test it. Yeah. And that's kind of one of our bigger lessons around this, because I think our initial programs where we adopted that design were successful. So we were like, okay, cool, we can just do this, right? So, and then a few other programs where there was additional regulation around it were not successful. And we really failed there. And for me, then we were starting to say, okay, well, how do we avoid this? Yeah. And the answer was really to say, okay, cool, let's stress test this earlier with a smaller group. Get feedback from that group as to how is this meeting their needs. So one of the things that we've currently been doing that is we have an ECD financial product. So we provide loans to early childhood development centers. Okay. But we needed to stress test that with ECDs as to what is the affordability, what is the need for loans, right? And is it in smaller amounts, is it in infrastructure, bigger amounts? And it took us about 14 months, and I'm very impatient. So
stubborn and impatient.
Yeah. So not a good combination sometimes. So yeah. But then you have to build in accountabilities that you don't go too fast. Yeah. So and have people around you as an entrepreneur who are not like you. And I think that was a really big learning. Initially, you just get people who are like you, because it feels comfortable. But getting people who are completely not like you, who are as smart or even smarter than you, but who have very different psychometric profiles, is an important learning.
I'd love us to park there, because this applies to social entrepreneurs, it applies to all entrepreneurs, right? It is so important to surround yourself with the right people. But both from a skill set perspective, I always say that it does take a village to grow your startup, it takes a village to grow your business. So important entrepreneurs, whether it's social or just entrepreneurship, to make sure, especially from a team perspective, right, Aleb, that you appoint people that are smarter than you and possibly, like you said, have a different psychometric profile than you, because those different voices will add to you building something of significance. So I love the fact that you share that lesson. Anything else from that you want to share?
I think as you go through your entrepreneurial journey, like as a startup, you need a different person to lead the business than in a growth phase, right? So what I often tell people is, I'm a really bad CEO, and I'm an even worse COO.
Wow.
And that's true, right? Where my strength set is in design of programs, in raising capital, in building relationships. Where my weaknesses are is in the day-to-day operations of a business, right? So then you need to appoint or work with people who have those things as strengths and who thrive in it. I'm like, for us in a team, it's really important to identify someone's superpower. So, and the more time they can spend nurturing and that superpower and spending time on that superpower, the more effective they're going to be and the more they're going to enjoy their job.
Yeah.
If I am tagged down into daily operational activities for most of the time, it will kill me. It kills my creativity, it kills my innovation, it kills problem solving, and it frustrates. And I'm not even better at it than anyone else. So I'm like, why would I be the person having to do that just because I want a title? That doesn't make any sense. So I think one of the things that for me I've learned over time in entrepreneurship is you have to be humble, and you have to learn what you are good at. You might actually be a fantastic CEO, but I'm not, right? So if I'm not a good CEO, then I should be comfortable with stating that fact.
Absolutely.
And I should also be comfortable with whatever role I then have in the organization. And I think that took a long time to accept. I think about 8-9 years or so to accept that.
How did you accept it? How did you get to a point of accepting it?
I think the more confident you actually become with yourself, and that your own status and identity is not linked to a role, right?
Ooh, that's powerful.
For me, the moments, I think what a lot of people do, whether it's with work or with anything else, right? You lend your identity to something. So the more you become comfortable that your identity is not being a CEO or being this or being that or being whatever, the more okay you're going to be with accepting your own weaknesses. And I think that for me is really where this is for me, where I'm at. It's like, we have appointed someone to be the local CEO, and I couldn't be happier for the guy, because he's going to do a much better job at it than I am. So that's kind of what I think from an entrepreneurial journey is really, really important, is that you need to realize where you are at and what your role is in that point.
Okay. You said something so powerful, Alev, that your identity cannot be tied to your role. If I may, what is your identity tied to?
So, given that I've studied theology, right?
Yeah. I heard
so,
that earlier.
Yeah, my identity for me is very much in God. For me. So for me, having that as a backbone, for me there's a void otherwise in your life that I only think God can fill. And if you don't have that from whatever God means to you, for me, I'm Christian, so that kind of explains what God means to me. But otherwise, you will try to fill that with something else, and if that something else is then threatened, then your life is in danger, right? Because then your identity is in danger, and then people do stupid things. So I've been there. I've been where my identity was in something that could be threatened, and this can't be threatened, right? So for me, it gives so much confidence into who I am as a person, who I am as a leader, how I want to interact with other people, and that I didn't have that before. So otherwise, it would be I had to hold on to that CEO role because that's who I am, right? That's who I see myself to be, and that's the only way people are going to accept me fully, kind of thing, or how they're going to respect me fully. And I think every entrepreneur has those bad things and has those insecurities, and you need to come to grips with those. Otherwise, you'll never live up to your full potential.
Thank you for that level of vulnerability, Alev, because so many of us do get out. Me too. It's going to be 20 years in this entrepreneurial journey next year, Jan. And for a very long time, my identity was tied to being founder of Afrofusion or founder of the 88 Business Collective. And I also had to make that transition that I am not my business. And so for many years, I used to say that Afrofusion is my baby. And if I think about it now, it was probably one of the dumbest things that I've ever said, right? Because it's not. It's a mechanism to impact. It's a mechanism to produce amazing creative work, but it's not who I am. And so that's what I'd love to leave our entrepreneurs with today as well, is make sure that you transitioned, and it's okay. As an early stage founder, you might find yourself in a space where your identity is so closely tied to what you do, but at some point you're going to have to make that transition. And that transition comes from being able to recognize your weaknesses. That was so important to share.
And I think to tie onto what you were saying, right, is if it's your baby, you will never be objective about it.
Never.
And that's the thing, right? So
Yeah.
if someone criticizes anything about
Exactly.
it, you're like, I'll take you on right now.
Exactly.
Right?
It's
But
all emotion. It's
but
just
the thing
emotion.
is, then you will never learn.
Yeah.
Because if you are not open to criticism, whether that criticism is correct or not, that's second, right? But if you're not open to criticism, or how you are perceived, or how your business is perceived, then you will never learn, right? Because then you're only going to be defensive. So, and that's still a journey. And I think when someone says something really negative about you or your business, you're like, okay, cool. But then now at least it's not tied to your core anymore, because you can separate yourself from it.
Absolutely.
And I think that's really important.
And I love how that ties back to that beta testing that we were talking about earlier on, that you have to get that feedback from your users very early on during the building the MVP, right? And so you then have to be comfortable with who you are in order to be able to take that feedback whilst you're building that MVP. So see how it all ties in together. I love the fact that you are vulnerable enough to say that I'm weak in these areas. And I think a lot of founders, at least for a while there, it took me many years to get to that point as well, where I'm no longer going to work on my weaknesses, but instead I'm going to focus on what I'm really good at, and that's where I'm going to spend my time and my energy. Would you say that there has been that transition globally, I think, where there's more of a focus on what are you really good at? Let's hone in on that.
I hope so. I think there's definitely more of a emphasis on it than before. Where I think before you kind of had to be a caterpillar, if that makes sense. You kind of had to know a little bit of everything. And I think part of being an entrepreneur, you're going to know a little bit of everything because it's part of business. Yeah. But now I think it's a little bit more okay to say, I'm not good at this. And that's actually okay. Instead of beating yourself down and saying, okay, well, now I have to do an additional MBA on top of whatever I'm also doing in order to be satisfactory in my entrepreneurial journey. So I think there's definitely a movement around that. I think if there are some benefits of the pandemic time, is that it allows people to be more specialized because your world has gotten bigger because there's virtual opportunities as well instead of just face-to-face opportunities. And that specialization focus then also allows people to focus more time on what they're really good at and kind of like use the work of someone else who's really good at something else in order to supplement what they're weak at. And I think for me that's been really exciting to witness, because then you can also genuinely be happy for someone else's success, right?
Absolutely.
Because they're not competing with you.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you always feel like, okay, cool, this person's competing with me, that person's competing. But now it's not. So you're just focusing on what you're good at, and you need someone else to complement your weaknesses. And so we are quite hectic around this. So we do intense psychometric testing, and we then have baseball cards for our staff. So everything is in the open about what are your 5 biggest strengths, what are your 5 biggest weaknesses. And it takes so much power away from weaknesses because it's in the open.
Yeah. Also love that you guys are hot, honest, open, and transparent. Right, for everyone to see, because I mean that you have to have a level of confidence for everyone to know that I suck at these things, right?
And initially, for a lot of people, it's uncomfortable, eh?
I can imagine.
Because initially, when I said, look, I think we need to do baseball cards. They're like, what do you mean baseball cards? And firstly, baseball is not a big sport here, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, no, what it means is that we're going to build a profile on everyone to say, what are you good at? What are you not good at? And that this is open knowledge instead of it being, everyone knows it anyway. Everyone knows that I'm stubborn. So let's rather just put it in the open. It takes away some of the power of, and it also makes me less defensive, right? And if someone says, okay, cool, you're acting in your weakness, then I'm like, okay, cool, that might actually be true. Instead of me saying, no, I'm not, and then kind of like, by doing so, reiterating what everyone knows already anyway. So it has worked with us to have more honest relationships, and in line with kind of like the 5 dysfunctions of a team, it takes away that artificial harmony that otherwise is created in a team. Because I feel that a lot of teams have harmony that's not real.
Yeah.
People are just too afraid to have honest conversations with each other because they feel that they will offend each other, they will feel that they're not comfortable with it. But in the end of the day, that harmony that exists, it's not real. It's a bubble. And it comes out, right? And it comes out in interactions or lack thereof.
Yeah.
So we've been quite radical in having those conversations, and they're very uncomfortable, especially in the beginning.
I can imagine.
Yeah, so but it's been an interesting journey as well.
Okay, entrepreneurs, let's tear that page out of Alev's book, right? The ability to be that hot, honest, open, and transparent, where you have baseball cards and someone can actually have a real and authentic conversation with you, and you're creating authentic teams that are in their full zaza, in their full power. Wow, that's pretty powerful. And for me, I don't think that, especially in SA, we come across a lot of companies that are doing it at the level that you guys are, right? I think sometimes we, especially as entrepreneurs, tend to model old models. And so thank you for sharing this. And I'm hoping that to our listeners today that they'll really tear this page out of your book. Do you have an actual book around this?
Well, it's probably somewhere in a book that I wrote.
Okay.
It must be somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think I actually wrote a book about this, but I'm passionate about these things. So that's probably where I like to influence businesses, right? Is to say, how do we interact with one another? How do we ensure, and that's what I read most about. So how do we ensure, kind of like naturally navigate towards, how do we ensure that we don't have the typical hierarchical top-down approach? Because in the end of the day, if you have a pyramid, right, and CEOs at the top, then you have exco, you have management, you have supervisors, you have customers, you have, we call them staff or associates now. A lot of people want to be fancy, associates. And then underneath associates, you have customers, right? But if you ask the staff, who are you trying to please, right? They're looking at the level up, isn't it? If you ask the supervisor who you're trying to please, it all the way it goes up. So everyone is looking up, but who is looking at the customer?
Exactly.
No one is looking at the customer.
Yeah.
So any big business you interact with, when you call a call center and you're a customer, they're not customer centric, then you know what their culture is. It's a top-down culture.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to achieve is that you turn that culture, you turn that pyramid upside down, where all of a sudden the customer is at the top. And the role of the executives is then, how do we empower management? The role of management is then, how do you empower staff? And the role of staff is then, how do we serve a customer? And in the end of the day, that changes the dynamic. And I think that's a really suitable model for social entrepreneurship at the end of the day.
I think for all entrepreneurs.
I would say so. But
absolutely.
But I think some of that is slowly starting to trickle through.
Yeah.
Some businesses are more comfortable with that approach.
Yeah.
Even with shareholders and stuff like that. We've had the benefit of never having outside shareholders.
Okay.
So we've never had to take on commercial capital in a way that it would change our culture, right? So we've had 1 or 2 shareholders in minority settings that were just excited about our business, right?
Okay.
But never a PE or a venture capital firm. Not that they're bad, but they do come with limitations, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to build your own culture and you want to not have that optimization of bottom line as part of your culture, then it's really difficult to do that with a PE or a VC company. having a significant stake in your business. So we've just been fortunate that we were able to do that, and we realized that that's not the case for every business, but that's why we were able to think around these things, and started to implement them across the board.
Alev, thank you for giving us a little bit of insight today into living in an upside down world, right? Because that's what you're doing from a business perspective and creating that culture. It's turning things upside down. And the fact that it brings so much authenticity into the mix, because I'm big on authenticity, means a lot. So I'm certainly tearing that page out of your book. Earlier on, you mentioned something about a board and a blunder. What was that about?
Board and a blunder. I think it was all related. Yes, the initial. Oh no, now I have to think way back.
Okay.
Yes, I think what a lot of founders initially do, and it's good and bad, right? Is when you start a business and you're like, okay, cool, what am I going to put on my board? You just look at friends, right? So I looked at friends too, and they were wonderful people. They still are, and they're still friends. So something went right there, because often it happens that you're not friends anymore afterwards, right? But that's also the problem. Is if you want to build a culture of accountability, if you want to build a culture of authenticity and transparency, then that sometimes can be really difficult to do with family and friends. So I'm saying this, and then while my brother is one of the board members in the Netherlands, and him and I have that relationship where we can be like brutally honest with each other. But in general, that you want to be able to separate the friendship from the business side of things. And if you're not able to do it, don't start a business with a friend, because you're going to offend people if you're going to have those brutally honest discussions with each other, also about people's weaknesses, and that can harm your friendship. So initially, for me, it was more around, okay, the blunder was I didn't think it through. And I'm lucky that I'm still friends with those guys. But thinking through who you want on your board, who you want as mentors, and be open enough to have mentors. Because I was too insecure to have a mentor initially. I was just like, okay, cool. If he's going to tell me that I need to do A, B, C, or D, and I want to do it another way, and I'm not open for that.
Okay.
So,
How old were you?
I was 21.
Okay.
So those things are important to think through. Is to say, who do you ideally want to have on your board? Who do you want to have as mentors? And what do you want to learn from them? And those things are important. And also just like, if someone asks me to mentor them, and it happens relatively often, I'm like, look, if you want me to mentor you, you're gonna have to do homework. If you don't come and commit to this, I'm not gonna mentor you. So the opposite is also true. You know, if you're a mentor, you need to be equally cautious about who you work with. But it's just thinking things through.
Absolutely.
And besides being stubborn, and I don't remember what the other thing was, I'm also impulsive. So I normally am
impatient,
impulsive, and stubborn. So a really nice mix. But in essence, so my impulsivity has added to some of these decisions, making them too quickly. But by realizing those things and putting measures in place. So for example, in our business, I'm not allowed to sign a document without someone who's less impulsive having checked it. Because I normally just check the numbers, right? So I'm like, okay, cool, we need to reach so many people, this is the money, okay, cool, I'll sign it. When things go wrong, then contracts become really important, right? So we normally have it now checked by people who are a lot more detail oriented and a lot more thorough and less impulsive. And then when they say give the go ahead, then I can sign it. So you can have practical things in order to mitigate some of your own weaknesses as well. But around the board, it was just friends and family, and that's normally not the best solution.
But also, I think you need to have a very high level of self-awareness, right? To be able to firstly identify those weaknesses and then practically put things in place to mitigate your impulsivity, your stubbornness, your impatience, right? There's a level of self-awareness that has to be there. Where did that come from for you?
I think partly because I'm very observant, right? And I always want to learn.
Yeah.
So the more feedback you get then, the more self-aware you naturally become. Also, I can't hide. I'm very, very tall. So naturally, when you can't hide, you become a little bit more self-aware, right?
Okay.
So I think part of it was that self-awareness. Okay, cool. If you are tall, you're going to come, especially in a country with our racial history, right? I'm tall and white, and I have an accent. So you're going to come across in a specific way. And my serious face is not a nice, it's normally a very serious face. So it can be scary for people, so it can be intimidating. So you need to be aware of how you come across from a physical perspective, how you come across in interactions with others. I can come across distracted, so I need to be aware of that. So it's just things that if you're aware of it, you can do something about it. And also then you can have empathy for when people think of you in a certain way, when they meet you the first time and don't know you. So I think for me, that's just something I've always been interested in, is to say, how can I be authentic, be myself, but at the same time not come across as something I don't want to be coming across as. Because that it's not what I think I am. So it's something that I often play with in my mind. So it just naturally happens. It's not something that I consciously do.
Okay. And to our listeners, there's obviously a difference between being self-conscious, because you can be self-conscious about your height and all of the things that you've mentioned, right? And then there's self-awareness. And it's in the self-awareness space that you get to be hot, open, and transparent. You get to be authentic. You get to stay in your Zaza while also showing up very well for other people and other human beings, right?
Yeah, I think that's a very good differentiation. I think around the self-awareness particularly is how bad do you want what you do to make the impact that you wanted to make, and then are you the right person in a particular role? And for me, that was the CEO role. To get that done. And if that answer is no, then you need to make a change. So that was one thing for me, and the other thing that I normally do every morning is to say, if I was going to die today, right, is what I'm going to do today going to be a worthwhile last day? And if that answer, and you can't have that you can't say yes every day, right, because that's silly, because that's not true. But if the answer is consistently no, then you're also doing something that's really not your purpose, right? So if it's about 50-50 for me, then I know that I'm doing something that I'm excited about, that I feel I'm living in my purpose. But if I've sometimes had to make radical changes, because for 6 months I was like, okay, well, I actually would hate this as to be my last day, because I would be absolutely bored out of my brain, or I would be super frustrated, or whatever it is. So I think being cognizant of where you are in life and what you want to achieve with your life, and be mindful of your own mortality, are important things to be aware of.
Wow. Alev, you have given us so much, from being hot, open, and transparent, to social entrepreneurs needing to focus on, yes, you need to have an impact, but also still focus on your profitability. You have given us a differentiator between self-consciousness and self-awareness. And then you are turning things upside down from a culture perspective, right? So you haven't just shared 2 of your biggest blunders, but you have certainly left our listeners and left the entrepreneurs with tons to mull over. So thank you for coming through. You are an author, so the names of your books and where is it available?
So the book I wrote myself is available at exclusive books and online, and most of the online retail outlets. It's called The Overcomers. It's a half philosophical book, because I'm pretty philosophical. But it's mainly about 10 entrepreneurs that were impacted by the 2021 looting. So they were all looted, lost everything. And this story, the first chapter in each story is about their story. So it's a story that otherwise never would be told, right? So I was just speaking to Ross about one of them who has now done a decent job of promoting himself on social media. But so their stories is the first chapter, and what happened during the looting and how they got back on their feet, right? Which shows part of the resilience that I think we have as a nation that is often underestimated. The second part is then a lesson. So the one is a go-getter, the other is a philosopher, the other is a risk taker, and they all have a unique feature about them that come out in an interview that I had with them, and then I gave a lesson about them. So that book is called The Overcomers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still available in exclusive books. And I recently contributed a chapter. That book just came out. It's not my book, but I contributed one chapter out of the 46.
Okay.
Which is called the book Every Entrepreneur Has to Read. It's a very modest title because every entrepreneur has to read it. But it's doing quite well. It's also in exclusive books and on major online outlets, developed by my publisher, and lots of really, really exciting authors in there. A bunch of my friends have published a chapter. The guy who started Workshop 17, where we are today, is one of the authors as well. So it's a really nice book with 46 different perspectives and lessons from entrepreneurs for entrepreneurs. So those are two books that I have contributed to.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, go get the books. Alev, thank you so much for sharing your journey, your origin story, your blunders, but so much more. You've left us with tons to think about today. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you to the listeners as well.
joies beauté bon, les joies beauté bon, ba piloyaka kileo. Kileo.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was another soulful sound from Pindile, the soul provider. Amazing, amazing artist. Leading us into the next speaker, who is Sbusiso Mulimi. Essentially, Sbusiso is going to be taking us on a roller coaster, giving us his ups and downs of money. You know, we're going to be talking a lot about, you know, the world of being a young, naive, young individual with money, how to spend your money and not spending it in the right ways. So it's essentially going to be a story, a comedic one, a comedic relief of financial cluelessness and how that impacts you as an entrepreneur. Brace yourselves for this roller coaster.
According to world-renowned entrepreneur, real estate investor, Grant Cardone, money is like a jealous lover. Ignore it, and it will ignore you. Worse, it will leave you for someone who makes it a priority. Money. I spent 9 years in an all-boys boarding school. 9 years. That feeling that Nelson Mandela felt when he left prison, Robben Island to be exact, is the very same feeling that I felt when I left boarding school to go to university. A feeling of freedom. Now I had an opportunity to interact with women. I was enrolled at one of Africa's top universities, the University of Pretoria, for a business management course. The reason I was enrolled in this course had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with learning on how to manage a business. How I wish. So why was I doing business management? Was it because someone at home had a business? No. Was it something that I loved? Let me tell you why. The reason I was doing business management was because I excelled in business management in high school. And as a result of that, when I was exposed to it, it was a no-brainer for me to go and study business management. But ladies and gentlemen, you and I both know theory and applications are two different worlds. And so when I was in university, let me take you back. When I was not in class, which is most of the time, I immersed myself in a passion, personal development. I spent time, hours and hours in the library. Me on YouTube, same WhatsApp group. We became best friends. What was I doing on YouTube? Researching, observing, imitating world-renowned speakers, motivational speakers, business speakers, researching and trying to find out what is it that they do on a daily basis? What sets them apart? I came across the likes of Vusi Temegwayo when you were still giving his incredible world-renowned keynote, Black Sheep. I came across the gentleman who wrote The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari, Robin Sharma, and many more. I would spend time in the library, imagining, seeing myself on the stage, speaking to a multitude of people about what? I don't know. To who? I didn't care. I just wanted to be in front of the camera. That's all I wanted. And here I find myself today. So here I am in university. There was a study that was done, and this study showcased that the number one fear in the world that people had at the time was public speaking, and the second was death. Therefore, at a funeral, people would rather be in the casket than making the eulogy. Thank God, this was a fear that I confronted while I was in university. And so I spent time developing and growing this skill, the skill of public speaking. I spent time researching and developing this craft because I wanted to be on the stage. And so while I'm at university, I was very intentional about building my story, building my brand, and building an audience. And so everything that I was doing was around my story, my brand, and an audience. I just wanted to be on stage to get better at this craft. 3 years later, as I fast forward, I received an email from a gentleman by the name of Desmond from the Foundation of School Leadership and Management, asking me and him to meet. What did I do this time? What wrong did I do this time? It had everything to do with business. And so he said, my brother, I need to see you. How did this come about? I'd spent the first couple of years in university on the platform. I remember the first year or two, I did about more than 100 talks. And 80 to 90% of those talks were for free. And one of those talks led to me being on stage, speaking to teachers, empowering teachers, sharing with them the importance of what they do and the value that they bring into our lives. And he happened to be in the audience. I learned this from my mentor, that you called it the privilege of the platform, that regardless of who you're speaking to, never take the platform for granted. And so he said to me, back to me and Desmond, I need us to meet. I need us to meet in Rosebank at a restaurant called Furnos. Me from Soweto, the southwestern township, in the township, here I am going to a meeting, right, in the suburbs. And I'm in Pretoria, and so I get onto the Gautrain, and it takes about 30 to 45 minutes from Pretoria to Rosebank. Firstly, I'm running late. Secondly, I'm dressed in a suit that is twice my size. Because I was told that, when you're wearing a suit, you look like you have money and you are moneyed. So I needed to dress the way I wanted to be addressed. Thirdly, I'm getting to this meeting and I'm late. It's my first meeting and I'm late. Talk about a first impression. So I arrive at this meeting and we sit down. He asks me how I am. He can see I'm shaking, man. I can't stop moving around. I'm looking around. People are talking business. And before we get straight into the meeting, Desmond asks me, what would you like to drink? I softly said, water. But my heart was pleading for a cold, black, Carling Black Label, a beer. Don't ask me why, but that's what my heart was pleading for. And so the waiter looked at me, smiled at me, and went to go and get me water. Why did I say water and not what my heart was pleading for? Come on. It was not even 12 o'clock yet. I'm sure Desmond was going to think, this guy that I want to go and do workshops is having a beer at 12. There was a brand I needed to protect. And so I asked for water. The meeting got away. And on the table was a white document and a pen next to it. I looked at Desmond. I looked at the document. I looked at Desmond. I looked at the document. And I kept asking myself, what is on this document. So here was the opportunity that Desmond was presenting to me. Foundation of School Leadership and Management, as well as Ekurhuleni North District, wanted me to facilitate 21 workshops in Tembisa, Benoni, and Davidton with teachers. Me. I thought to myself, what am I going to say? 21 years old, and here I am, given this incredible, life-changing opportunity. And so Desmond then took the contract and gave it to me. And he said, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to go through it. I went through the contract. I went to the first page. On the first page, as I looked at the first page, my eyes got bigger. Why? I saw an amount. An amount that made my heart beat faster. I looked at it once, I looked at it twice. The amount was 10,000. I'm 21 years old, from Soweto, the southwestern township. This is money I've never seen before. And so I'm reading through this contract. But you know, when you read through a contract, but you're not reading it, but you're reading it. And then you make a facial expression that makes it seem to the other person that you know what's written, but you're just going through it. And here I am initially, sign SM, next page, SM, next page. And he looked at me and said, are you happy? Oh. I said, yes, I'm very happy. I signed the contract. Why did I sign this contract? I didn't sign the contract because I understood the entire contract or what was required from me. I signed the contract because of the money. That's my honest answer. I signed it because of the money that I was going to receive for the service that I was going to provide. You're asking yourself, so how much was it? The value of the contract was 100,000 Rand, around 100,000 Rand. And, you know, in football, you call it a signing on fee. This is the amount that you receive before you start playing. So there was an amount that I was going to receive before I started providing the service. And that amount was 10,000 Rand. I signed, I just couldn't wait to get home. And so the meeting ended. I was happy. Desmond said to me, Sbu, expect to hear from me in the next few days. I walked to the Gautrain to catch the Gautrain back to Pretoria. As I was sitting in the Gautrain, smiling from left to right, people looked at me and thought, what's up with this guy? He's speaking to himself, he's smiling. There I was, thinking of how I am going to spend this 10,000 Rand. I felt like a millionaire, man. I remember walking out the Gautrain in Hatfield, and there was something that was missing. So here I am imagining this. There's something that is missing. I just felt like, you know, I don't have bodyguards around me to protect me. As I walk from the Gautrain back to campus, I felt like a millionaire. How am I going to spend this 10,000 Rand? How am I going to use it? And so I got to campus and I started thinking about it. In the next few days, I'm going to receive 10,000 Rand in my account. My goodness, I was not ready. Was the money ready for me? I am not sure. A few days later, I received a notification on my phone. 10,000 Rand deposited into my account. Oof. Oh my goodness. It's just that, you know, I'm a very reserved guy. But if I was not reserved at that time, I was going to stand up and shout and tell the whole world what had just happened. And so I called my friends. I said, guys, let us go and celebrate. Tonight is the night. It's on me. I told my friends to get ready. We ordered an Uber. The Uber took us from Hatfield, and it took us to a club in Sunnyside called Kofi. And we arrived at this club. So the guys allowed me to come out first. These guys are clever because they knew that I was the guy with the card. And as I walked through this club, I looked around left, right, and these gentlemen were drinking very expensive whiskey. And I thought to myself, even me, I can buy this whiskey. I mean, I've got the money. And there I was, as I was walking through, I felt invincible. My friends are walking behind me, and we are ushered to a table by the waiter. Quite interesting that when you've got money, people treat you differently. And so we sit on the table, and they ask us, gentlemen, what would you like to drink? Gents, don't worry. We are celebrating tonight. It's on me. And so the gentlemen order what they want to order. And as I look to my right, there are 3 beautiful women. I don't know if those women were beautiful or I had a little bit too much at that time. But anyway, hey, it was time to celebrate, right? Business, reinvesting, money, no. And so I called them over and it was a party. I remember at one point I was dancing. Now, I don't know how to dance, but I was told that night I knew how to dance. And they were cheering me on, man. They were cheering me on. I don't know if they were cheering me on because they were genuine about it and I knew how to dance, or they knew that I was the person who had to sign. Either way, it was a night of celebration. And so the bill came. And when the bill came, I looked at the bill and I signed and I swiped. It was a lot of money on that night. But I mean, I was like, it's my night. It's a night of celebration, you know. Me thinking about the business now, that doesn't matter. Let's celebrate. Let's have fun. Now, the reason why I was so reckless with money was firstly because I'd never been taught about money. Secondly, because I'd never planned on how to use this money effectively, right? The following words were foreign to me, entrepreneur, but they were a love language to money. Let me repeat that. The following words were foreign to me, but were a love language to money. Reinvesting, foreign word, but a love language to money. Budgeting, hey, there was a song I used to love back then. We don't ball on a budget. Budget for who? A foreign word to me, but a love language to money and business. Savings, investing, foreign word to me, but a love language to money and business. Emergency account, for who? For what? What emergency? Foreign word to me, but a love language to money and business. What do those words mean to you? This lifestyle continued. As I look back, I realized I prioritized beer over building. I prioritized consumption over creation. I prioritized partying over profit. I prioritized lifestyle over legacy. A few months later, the money had depleted. So an accountant comes to me and says, where did all this money go? How did you spend all this money? To be honest with you, I cannot show you where I spent it. Some I gave to friends, because I was living like a king. Reckless, without a vision, not looking after the business, not looking after what looked after me, not reinvesting back into the business. That was a big, big blunder. I remember going to the ATM to withdraw money. It was no more a happy looking forward to smooth party, but now I could not live the way I wanted to live. The money had depleted. That was my big, big blunder. And as I close, there are 3 lessons that I would like to share with you. 3 lessons for you to take away. The first lesson, lesson number 1, identify your barriers to financial growth in your lifestyle. Let me repeat that. Identify your barriers to financial growth in your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is a way that you live. What is it that's stopping you to get to the next level? And once you've identified those barriers in your lifestyle, please, entrepreneur, fall in love with the love language of money and business. That love language is reinvesting. That love language is budgeting. That love language is saving and investing. That love language is having an emergency account. So identify the barriers to your financial growth and fall in love with the love language of money and business. That's lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, make decisions that are aligned with your vision. What is a vision? A vision is a mental picture of your desired future. And as I look back, one of the mistakes that I made was not having a clear vision. And so I was making financial decisions based on impulse, based on lifestyle. As you make decisions in your business, those decisions must be aligned with your vision. And it's so critical that you keep the vision in sight, keep the vision in mind. If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Lesson number 3, and this is the last one. Treat yourself as an employee of the business. So entrepreneurs that start off their business, you're a one-man show, you are doing all the work, and you're like, but yeah, I'm the business. So I dictate what happens, how much I earn, etc., etc. You are not the business. You're an employee of the business. And so you pay yourself a salary and you look after the business because the business looks after you. So look after what looks after you. Look after what looks after you. Hey, look after your money. Money is like a jealous lover. Ignore it and it will ignore you. Worse, it will leave you for someone who makes it a priority.
Back then, wasn't it? Whole lot of soul.
Yeah.
Just need you, yeah, you, yeah, you. Come on.
country boy. And I never put down that pork chop and salt. Then we fell in love on the boulevard. If you was Jenny, I guess I was Forrest. Now it ain't wrong for you to sing along, singing this song till you die. In this world with a lot of problems, all we need is a little loving. Thank you, oh you make me thank you for your love.
Closing in 5 minutes, folks.
Imagine how difficult it would be if you needed to find a unicorn. Now, our next speaker in this fireside chat basically had to go through that process where you look basically at the South African business landscape and the difficulty of finding business funding. So Palisa's Phumuti Mutumi is going to be sharing with us in this fireside chat with Antoinette.
Hello, and welcome to the fireside edition of My Biggest Blunders. Today, I am sitting with the powerful, incomparable, in my view, Palisa Matsumi from Semasatsa Library. Palisa, the entrepreneurial journey is not pop and place. Oh, this thing is hard, right? Yeah. So today we're going to chat a bit about your journey, but what I'd love us to dive into is a biggest blunder, or a few if you want to share, and how you've dealt with that. So let's start with your origin story though. I know you're from Bloemfontein. Do you want to go all the way back to your childhood? Oh, anyway, so just tell us who you are and where you're from.
Yeah. Wow. First of all, thank you for having me. It's such a privilege to be here with you.
It's a pleasure.
I think I will go back to my childhood. I think it's important to kind of pay homage to where I come from and who I am. So I was a little girl who was very curious and inquisitive. I loved to read. I loved to explore different worlds through my own imagination. I always loved to daydream as a little girl. Between the ages of 5 and 12, I was very active at school. I loved to play sport. I went to one of the best girls' schools in the Free State. If anybody knows, they know.
Okay, for those of us that don't.
So I went to a girls' school called Unisi, which is a girls' school, primarily has been in existence for almost 180 years.
Wow.
So there's a lot of tradition, a lot of great leaders come from Unisi, a lot of great women leaders come from Unisi.
Like yourself.
Yes. And I always aspired to be someone who is as powerful as some of the great leaders that come from our school. And so as life would have it, I had parents that really fulfilled their role. They encouraged me a lot. They wanted me to go out there and do my best. My mom specifically, my father was a teacher. My late father was a teacher, and he was very influential in my upbringing. So I'd sit next to my dad and mark books with him.
Wow.
Scholars' books. And he would sit next to me and tell me, you see this child, this is a good child.
Okay.
This is a really struggling child, but they're bright. So I could differentiate from there that there's talent within all of us, and there's talent within all of us to kind of act it out and do it, right? For not only for our parents, but for ourselves. So he would really explain to me in detail what kind of children he was teaching in class. So he was teaching right through primary school. So he wasn't really teaching grade 1 or 2. He was teaching throughout the grades.
Wow.
So he had a knowledge and a good base of what a child needs in education. So I was very fascinated with that. And my mom was an entrepreneurial person in the family. She encouraged me to go into the creative world, I guess, in her own way. She dealt with a lot of craft workers, people that did craft and art in the Free State, and she still does that work. And entrepreneurs, empowering them, letting them know what to do, navigating the space in the creative space. So she calls herself an undercover entrepreneur, helping other entrepreneurs to do this thing that we call entrepreneurship.
I love your mom. Can we park there for a second, right? Love your origin story. Beautiful. I'd love to know, though, what has had the biggest influence on you? Was it the books and the daydreaming? Was it the school? Or was it sitting next to your dad and marking papers? What has had the greatest influence? Oh, your mum, which is number 4, right? With the entrepreneurial spirit. Because I can see how all of those things combined has probably led to where you are now. But what would you say would be the biggest influence and that has contributed significantly to where you are now from your origin story?
It's a very important question. So in my opinion, I think my dad had a big influence in my life. He still does. So my dad actually told me when I was a young girl that, life can throw so many punches at you, but you always have another day to rise again. So that's what my dad taught me a lot. A lot of the time I'd come back home and be like, I'm frustrated, I didn't get an A for this essay. Because I was a very good writer at school level, and I still am a good writer, right? So that was like my impetus to kind of impress him. And he would always say, no, you can try again, read this book, take this dictionary. He would cultivate that space. And when I wanted to teach myself how to speak my native tongue, Sesotho, because I started speaking English at a very young age. I didn't speak any Sesotho when I was young. So my parents took me straight to multiracial school at grade 1. And I never actually learned how to speak Sesotho properly. So I taught myself how to speak Sesotho. And my dad just said, here are the books. I'm not going to teach you anything. You should read and write by the time, you're at a ripe age, around 13. So I taught myself how to read and write Sesotho at a very young age, around 8 or 9. And he just gave me the tools to do that. So I think I was never really a child that was scared of a challenge. So my dad was that person who challenged me a lot.
I love that. Absolutely love your dad. That he at such an early stage instilled a sense of resilience. You can fall, but you can get back up, right? And that's the one thing that you certainly need on this entrepreneurial journey. It's just innately knowing that, okay, so today was not a good day, but let's try again tomorrow. And to have that instilled at such a young age, what? Okay, it's all making sense to me now.
It does. It makes sense to me. It's a mind-boggling journey when I look at how my parents kind of, you get upset with parents at times. You build up so much trauma around parenthood, right? And the upbringing that you have. But I think in my 30s, I've kind of succumbed to this idea of you are given the parents that you deserve.
Absolutely.
And they are your teachers.
Absolutely.
And they reflect back a lot of the things that we as children need to work on. My dad wasn't the perfect person that I'm painting to you, but he was certainly the kind of parent I needed.
And I love the fact that you can sit in that tension. You can sit in the tension that he wasn't a perfect human being, but he shaped me in a way that has led to me being where I am.
Exactly.
And I think a lot of us, a lot of times, have issues sitting in that tension, right? And so instead of saying, For instance, I'll just say, my friend is a narcissist and an amazing human. That's tension.
It's tension.
Can we sit in that tension, right?
Yes, definitely.
And I think especially with entrepreneurship, you need to have the ability to sit in the tension,
yeah.
because it's certainly not black and white. And I think for me coming into this journey, it's 19 years now. It's going to be 20 next year. What? What? I can't believe it. I was always black and white. Actually, extremely black and white. But I've had to learn over the years that that's not life. And that's certainly not the entrepreneurial journey. So I said to my sister the other day, there's 3 things that will introduce you to yourself quick, fast. It's entrepreneurship, it's travel, and it's a relationship with a man.
Yes. 3 of the very best. Yes.
Right? So talk to me about, let's dive into your entrepreneurial journey. Talk to me about where it started, why Semasatsa Library, and just your journey so far. So let's talk about the journey before we dive into the blunder.
Into the blunder.
Yeah.
So Semasatsa Library is a brainchild that I cultivated with a group of friends. I was sitting in Cape Town in 2013 in my apartment, loved my apartment, loved that apartment. My very first apartment, felt very independent.
Where in Cape Town?
As a working girl in Batenkant Street.
Ooh,
in the heart of Cape Town, opposite the very best coffee roastery of the entire country.
What was it called again?
The Truth Cafe.
Yes.
I lived there, and I loved inviting some of my friends over for just a meal. I loved breaking bread with friends, coffee, early morning brunches. So my friends are a group of really like radical beings. Some of them are not to be named. They're higher up in this entrepreneurship journey.
Yeah.
And I invited them and I said, look, I'm thinking about quitting my job. I was a social media agent for a big corporate, which meant that I took care of 4 accounts of that corporate company. I was their social media voice. I was one of the first Black women in that company to come up with a very good slogan.
Wow.
And that has been in that company for for years now.
Okay.
And so it really shaped my thinking around corporate and around like how to come up with ideas and how words matter.
Yeah.
So I told them, I'm thinking of this idea. I'm thinking of empowering women in the creative space, having events, doing empowerment sessions. So this was just the little nutshell of like the big idea, right?
Okay.
And then one time I accompanied a friend of mine to an exhibition, and Lord and behold, I was struck. I fell in love, and I would go to these art exhibitions because I was working. I was in corporate.
Yeah.
And it was like, you would be such a good agent
for
artists.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, okay, what do you see in me that could be different from someone who studied art and visual arts and somebody who hasn't, right? And they said, you have the business mind. You can spot a business opportunity.
Wow.
Whereas with artists or creatives at the time, there was a lot of shifts going on in the industry because obviously the visual arts is made up of galleries and institutions, and those institutions and museums they hold the power.
Okay.
And it's not it wasn't as free as it is now, where you have different players coming into the industry. So I started Semasatsa Library and represented myself as an agent, where I would represent artists, sell their work.
Okay, so when did we start?
2013.
Okay, and where?
In Cape Town.
In the lounge, in the kitchen? What was that moment?
The moment that started, I quit my job.
Yeah.
I took my money, my pension money.
Yeah.
I went abroad.
Okay.
And because I had spent time in Europe for some time, because my story is quite interesting. I spent some time for about 1.5 years in Europe.
Okay.
And I got to know the cultural scene there. And I got to know artists, I met so many creatives and built a network and wrote for a magazine and did all these interesting things whilst I was still a student.
Okay.
And so when I came back to South Africa, I settled in Cape Town. I got a job there. I got myself settled. But there was still this knowing feeling of wanting to go back, right, and connect.
Yeah.
So I go there every now and then to reconnect with that space.
Okay.
And so I went back and I took my money. I spent December there, crafted this idea of Simatata Library, traveled a little bit just to broaden my mind a little bit. Came back, and I started. I got into it. I decided that I would, to support myself, because as entrepreneurs sometimes we try and do everything all at once.
Yeah,
So I went back to the drawing board.
Okay.
And I collaborated with a store in Cape Town in Church Street where I would hold events and discuss books and discuss art and discuss different topics. So in exchange for the collaboration of what I was doing in the event space, because I was doing it for free at the time, for exposure, I then decided
let's park there for a second.
Yes,
Right? How
yes.
did that go?
Very well.
For exposure?
Yes.
Can you eat exposure? Right?
No.
Does exposure pay the rent?
No, in exchange for that, I would put in hours at his store.
Okay.
And I would get paid, and I would use that money for my business.
Okay.
So that's how I made myself valuable.
Yeah.
But I also learned something as well. In that time, I had someone who was cultivating this entrepreneurship mind with me. So I regarded the store manager and the owner as one of my mentors.
Okay.
Who really just said, look out for this. This might not work. This might work. So at the time, even though I had the qualifications and the experience and nobody understood what I was doing, why I was in that shop, why is this beautiful woman working in this arty space, but I was learning and I was meeting a lot of people that had influence. So at the time, I spent a year doing that and cultivated a community. And then once Simatata started to kind of be known that, oh, this woman is doing these events, I started then with a concept called the Library Long Table.
Wow.
Which was an event series where I'd invite pioneers.
Okay.
Like yourself. To talk about.
Why, thank you.
Yes, to talk about their own story about who they are in the creative space.
Okay.
And so I would then start that movement of doing that. And it really shaped how I crafted Simatata Library, because people then started to know, oh, we're going to the Library Long Table, we're going to speak about different topics, and I would invite guests to speak about their story in different spaces in Cape Town, where we would eat, break bread as friends, and that's how my business started in Cape Town. And I think pivoting from the eventing space and also wanting to be in the art space, I chose spaces that had art already.
Yeah.
That spoke to the ethos of who we were. And sometimes I would bring in artists that would, display their work and talk about their work as well. So the programming itself started to speak to, we were all about exposing artists and their work to a different audience and cultivating an audience that didn't know about art or didn't want to invest in art or hadn't had the experience of investing in art or had like the education to talk about investing in art or even wanting to explore this aspect of investment, right? It's another way of investing your money into something lucrative like art. So I started to craft Simatata in that way, and one thing led to the other, where people started to know Palesa from Simatata Library. So I wasn't called Palesa
anymore.
Always like Simatata.
Why the name?
So Simatata is a very interesting name. It's It's a word that expresses excellence, beauty,
Okay.
intelligence,
Wow.
creativity,
Yeah.
style.
Okay.
And it's a word that you can use for both men and women.
Okay.
But I think most people use it to identify a beautiful woman. But I always correct people and say, in Sepedi, in Sesotho, in Setswana, it means, a collective idea of a beautiful, consummate individual.
Wow, love that.
And so the love of books and the love of knowledge came together with Simatata Library.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, good. Talk to me about the difference between the Cape Town art scene and now that you're in Joburg. I'm sure worlds apart.
Very.
I'm just from the outside looking in and having spent time in Cape Town as well. I mean, it's super creative and super artsy.
Yes.
Whereas here, it's a bit more about the money, honey.
Yes.
In Joburg, right? But I don't want to. So talk to me about that, Lem.
I think Cape Town is my first love. Cape Town is where artists are born. Cape Town is alive with possibility. There's different cultures, there's different languages.
And it's tangible.
There's tangible.
The art, the creativity.
is at your fingertips.
Yeah. And it's not just the first Thursday situation,
no,
right?
it's not.
It's like you living and breathing and walking in it.
In art. And in fact, I walk a lot. So I loved walking in Cape Town.
I know, I miss it so much.
And one of the things I tell people is that Joburg is not the same, when you want to be a walking woman in the city.
Yeah.
And I think I'm trying to straddle these ideas, right? Because in Europe, you walk and you ride a bicycle, you take the public transport, you don't drive a lot. In Joburg, it's different. So the mobility aspect of it as a black body, it becomes different when you're in Cape Town. Because you almost feel invincible. And you almost feel like something is going through your body, right? Because you are able to walk through the city and go from one place to the next. And certainly it built I lived in Burkap at some point. I lived in the city, like I told you. I lived in Tamboerskloof at some point.
Okay.
So the suburbs, I lived in the south, so all these different places shaped how I looked at myself and Simatata Library and the business itself.
Okay.
And at some point I had to make a decision as to whether I wanted to open a formal gallery space in Cape Town. And that became a very different conversation that I had with myself. And I'll then want to delve into why I decided to leave Cape Town.
Okay, let's do that.
Which is what you're asking, why Cape Town and
Joburg.
Cape Town is a racially divided society.
Yeah, that's still
very, very contentious. Real. But Cape Town has a lot of old money.
Yeah.
And in Joburg, there's new money.
Yeah.
And I think I prefer new money.
You do?
Versus old money.
Okay, why?
In a sense that new money, they're able to make decisions based on what they are able to consume.
Okay.
Versus old money, they make a decision based on what are the repercussions. So it's well thought through. So in the art world, you need a client that is able to take the decision right now. I want this artwork. I want to have it in my home. With old money, it takes a long time to seal the deal.
Okay.
With new money, they always, I'm ready to buy this. I want it in my home. It's an investment.
Okay.
And so those are two different clients in the art world. And hence, I'm saying in Joburg, there's a resurgence of people wanting to know and consume art and have it in their homes and, really understand what this art thing is about. And hence the move from Cape Town to Johannesburg.
Where is the art scene concentrated in Joburg?
Mostly in Rosebank.
Okay. So this is the new art scene. Okay.
If you are looking at different cities in the world, in New York, you have, your Soho, you have your Manhattans, you have your Brooklyns, you have
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Bedford Stuyvesant. But in Joburg, Rosebank is the hub of where the art scene is.
Okay, I love that. And remember a while ago, I don't know if it's still happening, they launched First Thursdays.
Yes, yeah, in
Still happening?
Johannesburg, yes.
In Rosebank?
In Rosebank, yeah.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
And I think also, like, with the geography, how Joburg is set up is, Rosebank is a vibrant space for young people to come and explore different things, fashion, art, music. So I think that should answer why in Cape Town the concentration of artists and art is basically within the old money.
Yeah.
In different Woodstock is a space where a lot of galleries are situated.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is a community where it's also like different communities there. So it's a different dynamic, and I think that it needs a lot of work.
Yeah, because today, guys, we're actually shooting in Rosebank. So I love the fact that we're in Rosebank and we're having this conversation.
Sure.
Love it.
And
Absolutely
also
love it.
The art around the space. Right.
But there is certainly a difference in terms of energy and vibe.
Yes.
A Rosebank versus a Woodstock exchange.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But let's move off that topic, right? And dive into, so you've set up, you're churning, you've now made the decision to come back to Joburg. But where did your biggest blunder happen? What was it? Vulnerable moment, people?
No. I think so. I decided to move from Cape Town to my hometown.
Okay.
In between making that decision to come to Joburg.
And that's Bloemfontein. Okay.
And because Bloemfontein is a tiny space, it's known for just, being in between Cape Town and Joburg. I decided I'm gonna open a gallery.
In
Bloemfontein. Yeah.
Vad Bloem.
It was a very, very, very bad blunder. And I remember sitting with one of the greatest lithographers we have in the country.
What is that?
Who
is that? Sorry.
It's he's one of my greatest friends, Brajo. We call him Brajo Leshoka. And he's a lithographer, and he's got a studio where
What is a lithographer?
It's a methodology of printing. So
photography.
Printing.
Okay.
So there's stone lithography, and there's different ways of printing. So he does that.
Okay.
And he's got a master's in it.
Wow.
So he and I had a conversation when I was very young in the industry, and he said, you should move to Joburg at some point. You are meant to be in Joburg.
Okay.
And I was like, no, really? No, I don't think Joburg is for me. I think I'm going to build a gallery in Bloemfontein. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to showcase Free State artists. I'm going to do this thing, right? And I got the biggest shock of my life because I invested a lot of myself and my finances into that.
Okay.
Applied for funding from different entities, knocked on doors, and I finally got the chance to pitch my gallery idea in front of a bunch of judges. I won't mention the platform for now. And I won. I won the prize.
Okay.
I pitched my gallery, Sumatsitsa Library.
I'm in suspense though.
And I got to the final round. I pitched my idea. People loved it. It was in front of a live audience. And as time went, I didn't get the funding that was promised to me.
That you won?
Yeah.
Okay.
In front of an audience, I won the competition, the pitching competition. I went through loops, and I was told that unfortunately you're not able to get the funding because your mother works for the department that we have been sponsored with the funding money.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. And that took about 2 to 3 years back and forth. And I stayed in Bloemfontein for 3 years fighting that battle, writing letters.
Okay.
Knocking on doors, trusting the system to help a young Black entrepreneur.
Let's park there for a second, right? So you now have that experience, which is incredibly negative in terms of your entrepreneurial journey. did you spend enough time on the business at this point or on the problem that you were facing?
So I spent time on the business,
Mm-hmm.
but I also spent time on the problem.
Okay.
I'll tell you why I say that. I spent time on the business. I hosted 2 pop-up exhibitions.
Okay.
Using the same amount of strength and funding and the money. And I lost the money. I lost a lot of money that I had invested in my pop-up exhibitions. I hosted one in my office space where I had, similarly to a co-working space, and we had invited people to come and showcase an artist to showcase their work. Because at the time I had office space that really, I loved the space. It was very, very creative and beautiful.
Okay.
And I shared it with a wedding planner. So we had, a kind of a creative partnership that was going on there. And so the first pop-up exhibition was at the mall. So I hired a space, had works, curated the space, had 3 artists. People loved coming into the space, asked me questions, and we didn't sell a single artwork. Nothing.
Okay, let's park there for more than a second, right? Because we had a bit of a conversation offline earlier on around the fact that people can love what you're doing. They will love what you're selling, but would hardly put their money where their mouths are, right? And so it's important as an entrepreneur to understand that. Just because people love what you're doing or love what you're selling does not necessarily make them a customer. A customer is the one that puts the money in the bank. And so spend your time and spend your energy on the ones that are putting money in the bank.
Yeah.
Because the ones that love what you're doing and they love what you're selling, yes, appreciate them. But ultimately, this is about building your business. And so you have to spend your time and your energy on the ones that are supporting you, that's actually supporting what you're doing by spending money on what you're doing. Yeah, so that's important. So what was the blunder, love?
The blunder was, my biggest blunder was, and I actually thought about this, it was relying on government funding to do my business.
Ooh, child.
And a lot of entrepreneurs do that.
Yeah.
There will be a call out of funding. People will rush to apply for the funding, and that will be your startup money, right? Forgetting that you have a business to run, forgetting that you have to have clients. And for me, I felt very betrayed by the system, but in fact, I had betrayed myself. I had betrayed my business in that instance because I spent so much time obsessing over a 50,000 funding prize money, whereas I could have actually done something else at the time.
That could have made you more money.
Could have made me more money. So when I sit down and I think about that situation, 3 years in Bloemfontein, fighting this thing, right? And continuously wanting to make a difference in the community.
Yeah.
I felt like, well, what am I actually achieving by being in this space? Because the space doesn't love me, the space doesn't accept me, right? These are the conversations that are happening in my mind. And also, I have this deep resentment around why is Bloemfontein not moving at the pace that Cape Town is and Joburg is, right? Because it needs to happen,
yeah.
Right? And so then I go again and I attempt. I lost money. I went through quite a different phase in my life where I moved out of the office space that I was in and I worked from home, right?
Okay.
And whilst that was happening, this was around 2017, 2018, whilst that was happening, I then got a contract in Cape Town to work on a program around the country in 3 different provinces to go and document poets in that space. And so I then decided, Bloemfontein is really not working out for me because I'm just sitting here waiting for manna from heaven and it's not happening. So let me go back to where I'm loved and celebrated. So I went back to Cape Town and started this contract where we would document poets around the country. And that gave me a little bit of, startup money to kind of do things and work on myself and work on the business.
Okay, I'd love us to talk about the Blunder in a bit more detail, right? Because like you said, there's a lot of entrepreneurs that's either waiting on the system to fund what they're doing, or they've been disappointed by the system when they have not gotten the funding that they're looking for. So in hindsight, and I guess this is the thing about entrepreneurship, right, is that it's always, almost always in hindsight. Did you need funding from government?
I think I didn't need it. I think what happened was I relied so much on government needs to do something for us. As entrepreneurs.
Right.
And where I'm sitting now is I have the power right now to do the same thing that I wanted to do a couple of years ago and succeed at it. But it's just a matter of when.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I always say to entrepreneurs that my first business started with 200 Rand and a laptop. My second one, after liquidation, I lost everything. So I really started with nothing. No sugar daddy, no rich daddy, no government intervention, and significantly grew both of those businesses, right? So a lot of times you find that entrepreneurs want to have that government intervention. And it's a mindset thing.
It's a mindset thing.
Right?
It's a mindset thing.
Where, like Sarah Blakely, who grew Spanx organically, I think it's the guys from MailChimp as well. For many years, they ran that startup organically, no investors, just growing it organically. And I'd love us to encourage entrepreneurs today, especially if you're still early stage, go organic. It's once you start expanding, if you've grown, you've launched your startup, it's churning, it's a well-oiled machine, and now you're looking to expand it from Bloemfontein perhaps to Cape Town, then perhaps you start looking for investors, right? But many of us, and I can guarantee you, I've seen this so many times, many early stage founders can grow their businesses organically. You do not necessarily need to have that government intervention early on.
And I had started in 2013, and that government intervention, I wasn't even supposed to be there. I didn't even want to be pitching because I never believed in government interventions in the first place.
So what got you to buy into drink the Kool-Aid?
I think drinking the Kool-Aid just made me even become complacent, right? Because then people encourage me. They're like, you're a good speaker. Go up there, show them, tell them what you're about. Simatata Library is doing great things, and get the 50K, right? And I was like, okay. And I went in front and I won, but that was just instant gratification of winning, right? But now the long journey started from there. Exactly. Right? Because then I started to think, okay, maybe this is actually not the greatest idea of opening up a gallery. This is not going to work, right? So then the mental struggle started to kick in.
Yeah.
And I think that's when I started to think about myself as a failure, right? As someone that's not performing, as someone that's not doing the greatest things in the world, right? And that took on at least 2 or 3 years after the blunder of believing in this one thing, right?
Yeah.
And I had to make a shift. I had to consciously decide, am I going to stay in Bloemfontein and do workshops and tell people what to do and, give them the know-how and the knowledge that I have from the industry? Or am I going to jump and go into a different direction.
You said something so important, that it took you almost, 2 to 3 years to get over. Wow. I love the fact that you're actually willing to admit that. Because so many of us just keep going, and you just keep going, right? And so you failed, but you're not a failure. You made a mistake, but you're not a mistake. And I think for many entrepreneurs out there, once you've made your first big blunder, or once you've faced your first challenge and you've failed miserably and dismally, it's so easy to feel like a failure. How did you overcome that?
Well, it took a lot of introspection.
Yeah.
So I then decided to move from Bloemfontein to come to Johannesburg.
Okay.
And that was from ground zero, where I didn't know anyone in Johannesburg. Only the few people that I'd known in the industry, the one person who encouraged me to come to Johannesburg.
Yeah.
And I must mention that it takes just one person to change your mindset about certain things. And so I literally spent so much time in that one space where that one person decided to give me like an idea, move to Joburg and see where this thing goes, right?
Yeah.
You're an intelligent woman, you don't look bad, people can listen to you, so come to Johannesburg.
Okay.
And so I cultivated a community of people that believed in me. And my first break in doing that was with an arts organization based in Newtown, where they gave me a break to curate a series of talks, and that's where I started to get my fire back.
Okay. And that is so important.
And I must mention that in that time I was deeply conflicted.
Okay.
And I was deeply confused and deeply hurting at the time. I was going through a lot emotionally. And I think that at that time, that's when the venture that I spoke to you about started to come to fruition.
Okay.
That I was giving you an idea about earlier on.
Yeah.
And so I then started to think, this could be my forte. This could be my area of expertise, where I could take Samatatsa library and build something out of it.
Okay, you said something very important, that you had to surround yourself with people that believed in you. And that is also very, very crucial, that especially after a big failure, especially after a big blunder, that you keep surrounding yourself with people who still believe in you, that will remind you why you started, will remind you why what you're doing is important, not just for yourself, but obviously for the communities that you're creating. And I was asked this by a mentee the other day, how do you stay positive? How do you pick yourself up after a big failure? And one of the most important things is to surround yourself with people that still believe in what you're building. And I cannot say this enough, I've said it on many platforms and to many entrepreneurs, that it truly takes a village. You cannot do this thing on your own. Listen, I'll say it again, and I'll say it with my chest, that it's not pop and place. It's not pop and place. And just given that, you cannot do it on your own. So I love the fact that you highlighted that. Palisa, thank you for sharing. I love that we touched on the fact that you can grow your business organically, that you do not need to rely on government funding. And if you do start relying on it too heavily, like you did in terms of your blunder, the impact that it can have on your business can be significant. If you just think about the time and energy that you invested in writing those letters and wanting the money, right? That you could have poured into growing the business. And I think too many founders, and again, I'll say this, I've seen it so many times, tend to spend their time and energy on the wrong stuff. And so thank you for your vulnerability today. Thank you for sharing your journey, your origin story, and your blunder. And it's such an important conversation to have, to let founders know that yes, government intervention is crucial for the economy, but as an early stage founder, I'd go out on a limb and say it's not always necessary for early stage founders to focus so heavily on government intervention. You can grow your business organically.
Yeah.
Palisa, thank you for coming. I enjoyed our conversation today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was fantastic to reflect on this. There are many blunders, but I think for anyone who's an entrepreneur out there, it's important to really consider why you are going through government interventions and pick the right ones for you. And grow your business organically.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And keep subscribing to the channel. We're going to be featuring many, many more dynamic founders who will be sharing their stories. So don't skip a beat. Thank you, guys.
He calls me lovers. He understands that we should love in different ways. What was meant for summer went all the way to spring. He's a lover and not a fighter. I cannot compare him with no other. This is crazy. One tata, one tata, one tata, one tata, one tata, one tata, one tata. This is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. This is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. I call him sunshine. He makes an ordinary day so magical. He does this little thing so natural to him. My heart is playing tricks on me, makes me wanna leave the one I'm with. This is crazy, one tata. Oh, one tata. Hey, one tata. Hey. Oh, one tata. Oh, this is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. This is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. Oh, get on a brow, kasi with a different mentality. Entertainment to him is reading books on mythology. No ordinary brother, but a rasta with a cause. And of course, a sister like me can appreciate and relate. The money kicking money, he sits on the throne. If you don't know him, you will get to know him. Majita, amo saluta, my nigga arja blessed, cause he's blessed by the most high. One tata, hey, one tata, oh, one tata, hey, one tata, oh, one tata, hey, this is no ordinary love, no ordinary love, hey, this is no ordinary love, no ordinary love, oh, this is no ordinary love, no ordinary love, hey, this is no ordinary love.
Our next speaker is just a powerhouse. If you haven't met a real life superhero, then the next speaker is definitely that candidate. So this is not just a mother, she's also a songwriter. She's, let me get it right because it's such a lot, but she's a singer and actress, a musical director, a radio host, a voiceover artist, a speaker, an author, and as it stands, she's also, as I indicated, a real life superhero. So we're going to be having a speech, not even a speech, rather it's a fireside chat with Ramy, and she's going to be sharing us, opening up and being vulnerable to us about her life story and basically her biggest blunder. And there's so much that can be taken out of this conversation. She's going to be interviewed by Matsai Pomsili, and there's so much that we're going to be getting from this talk. Let's have Ramy join.
Okay, so welcome Ramy. Thank you for joining us at this My Biggest Blunders platform. So thank you for saying yes.
Thank you, pleasure. Pleasure.
Congratulations for the book. I mean, I know that it's not a new book, but yeah. I love the cover. So, so let's start from the beginning. Tell us a little bit about where you grew up, how you grew up, your siblings and all of that.
Okay. First, I was born in Seshego. I'm the second born of 6 kids. So I've got 2 sisters and 3 brothers. And yeah, so it's basically a big family. When you've got 6 kids, it's a big family. Both my parents are still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, the insurance is not going to pay out anytime soon.
Yeah. Join the queue.
They've been going at it.
Yeah.
They've been going at it. But yeah, I grew up in Seshego. It was quite a very colorful childhood, you know, basic thing. Went to primary school. I'm a PK, you know.
Yeah.
Grew up in church all my life. And people don't know, like, the Bible is like second nature. It's like a 13th language that we speak. But yeah, and after that, then I went to boarding school when I was 10 and 10 going to 11. And then after boarding school, one day I just upped and left and came to Joburg and I never went back.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been officially a Joburger for 30 years now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, 30 years.
Yeah, let's
19.
not give away our age.
No, I'm 29, but I've been
with 30 years experience.
I've been in Joburg for 30 years.
Yeah, yeah. You know, one of the things that I didn't mention, and I think intentionally, you know, when we started this conversation, is normally people lead with, you're an actress, you're a musician, you're an artist, you're a philanthropist, now you're an author, you're a mom, you're a what.
And a grandmother.
And a grandmother. Okay. Now the gray makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. But so when did you decide, Jorge? I mean, yes, you came to Joburg. Most people come to Joburg to study and all of that.
Yeah.
So when did you then decide, Jorge, the reason why I'm coming to Joburg is because of the bright lights?
I think I had 2. No, I'm lying. I had 3. There are 3 occasions that made me decide to come to Joburg. Okay, first I knew that I was always going to be in the entertainment industry. I decided when I was about 9 years old. Then when I went to boarding school, my first official trip to Joburg, it was about 100 of us in a bus. We were going to, our school was one of the beneficiaries for something, funding, you know, St. Mark's.
Yes.
There's always some diocese or some sort, some Catholic church bringing money to help us, and then they took us, and I was part of of everything. I was part of the choir. I was just there.
Yeah.
I'm one of those kids that always made the cut when it came to school trips. And I remember we were driving down the N1 then, the highway. I think we were just approaching Sandton, and it was just early in the evening. And I think we were just minding our business, and all of a sudden something just said, "Look out!" And I looked outside.
Yeah.
And I just saw lights, lots of lights, lots. It was the first time I saw so many lights, live jive, like with my own two eyes. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my gosh, look how beautiful it is. It's amazing. And I was like, oh, I want to live here.
Yeah.
I really, really want to live here. And then eventually, and then Joslovo was still Harrow Road.
Yes.
It was still Harrow Road.
Yeah.
And we went down because we were also going to go, we also went to Rodin. There was a Southern Sun thing. No holy bees. It was just a lot of lights.
Yeah.
But, and I remember seeing Harrow Road, thinking, Harrow Road, I mustn't forget that road. Harrow Road.
When I come back.
Yeah, it was leading to the Alhambra Theatre, where we went and then we watched Nonsense. And one of the leads eventually became my best friends, eventually much later in the years.
Yeah.
And the second time that happened was then I was part of the drama group, and they went, it was 1989, if not 88. And then we went to the Market Theatre, and we did a tour of the market. And then that evening we also came to watch Mbongeni Ngema's Township Fever. Half of the cast was doing Sarafina overseas, but there was Township Fever in South Africa because they couldn't necessarily have Sarafina.
Yeah.
So they did Township Fever. And I remember I was standing outside the market after seeing all these lights, watching this electrifying performance. We stood outside while we were waiting for our transport to come and fetch us. They were going to fetch the bus. And I remember saying to my friends, there was a lamp post, this theater, Market Theater, and behind it there's Granadulas, there are other restaurants there. And I was standing there and I said to them, if you give me 10 years, I swear I'm going to come back here.
Sure.
And the next time I come back here, I'm going to be on stage and not be part of the audience. And that's one of the things. Fast forward, one day I was doing a show with Philip Tabani. Malomba was one of the singers. And I was with a very good friend of mine. She was also starting out in the industry. And then after the performance and everything, we were waiting for the car to come around at the market. And as we were standing outside, funny enough, the show was on for 4 days. But it was on the last day of that show that we were standing outside under the very same lamppost. And then I remembered, man, I was standing here. And then I thought back, guess what? It was exactly 10 years later.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Strange, right? Yeah, it was like a proper full circle.
Yeah.
So that's when I was like, okay, I think I'm in the right
the
place.
power of intention.
True.
Yeah, even before we knew it.
Yeah. I have so many of those incidents. And I'm just like, okay. Manifesting 3 billion into my life. Because so far so good, eh?
You say it and then
it happens.
To the T.
Yeah.
But take me back. So and you spoke about it. When you said three instances when you saw or you're going to be on stage. The first one that you talk about is that you were 9 years old.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
Okay, that one, it was my aunt's wedding, which I thought I was going to be the flower girl.
Okay.
And I ended up not being the flower girl because I didn't have hair. I had 13
hobbies.
Yeah. And they were just like isolated. But anyway, and also I was too dark. There was this whole thing that, when you were black.
Yes, when you're dark skinned.
No, like you're black. You've got dark skin, but then you're black. When you're dark skinned and you're not really as pretty. And then also my hair was brown. I don't understand what was going on there. It was sunburned for some strange reason. But anyway, so I didn't make the cut. I wasn't a flower girl, but I was at the wedding. Shame, and I remember. In the I was trying to do the step because I practiced the step. And I thought they would notice me. Nobody did. And then they went to take pictures. And I was stuck in the hall because I wasn't part of the bridal party. I didn't go. And I remember 1984, Burnout, Sipho Sticks Music had just come out.
Yes.
It was the hottest song
It was.
ever. And the DJ kept playing it on repeat, on repeat. And eventually this guy just came out of nowhere, a better like Dickies, sporty.
Yeah, Lepanzola.
Yeah. He got on stage and he started dancing. And I was like, oh my God, okay, he dances very well. But I think he was just looking at me. I mean, everyone was there. He was looking at me. I think he could see that, okay, I also want to dance, but
watch out.
Yeah, you know. Then he pulls me up, and when I come, he pulls me onto the stage and I danced, and people lost their minds.
Yeah.
Then they started throwing money at me. I was like,
this is how we do it.
You know, when 5 rand was the purple 5 rand. Yeah. I had 5 rand, I had those big 50 cents, big 1 rand.
The 2 rand, yeah.
Yeah, people threw money at me.
Yeah.
And it was during at that interval I realized, okay, so had I been a flower girl, no one was gonna pay me to be a flower girl. But now I danced and people threw money at me. So maybe if I danced some more, I can just make more money.
Yeah.
And that's what I was like, that's it, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get into the entertainment industry.
Sure.
That's when I knew that, okay, I'm born for stage and that's it.
Yeah.
It was that burnout moment. Yeah, at that wedding. And funny enough, the wedding video, when everyone was out taking pictures, for some strange reason, one of the video guys had stayed and they took the footage of that. And my aunt's wedding video, that is the biggest highlight, and it was not even part of the wedding.
Yeah.
There was a fast forward, and they take it back. When I finish, rewind, and let's see her again. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I know who's the star of this show.
Yeah.
That was my wedding, basically.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, okay, I can make money. Let me go.
You could make money. Okay, I mean, so fast forward a couple of decades later, you're in the City of Gold.
Yeah.
You're making money.
Yeah.
In the entertainment industry. Yeah. Everybody's seeing you, loving you, noticing you. Yeah. What are some of the decisions that when you look at them now, you then go, whoo, never to do that again?
There's so many. Where do you want to start?
Yeah. I mean, some of the ones that are just glaringly where you're like, if you are a new person coming into the entertainment industry, these are some of the decisions you're going to have to make. Don't do it.
I think being very decisive is one of the things, I think one of the biggest lessons I had to learn was to actually say no. Because, then you end up selling yourself short.
Yeah.
Because everyone thinks that, I don't believe in this whole thing that you have to pay your dues. Yes, you have to pay your dues in the entertainment industry, but you don't need to get underpaid so that you can accumulate the so-called dues.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You don't have to undercut yourself. You don't have to undersell yourself. And you don't have to suffer in the long run just trying to get noticed. And I think that's, in terms of the entertainment industry, that's that. And also, reading your contract. I read each and every contract like it's new.
Yeah.
I know all what standard
the clauses,
the clauses, I know them. But every time I get my contract, I read it over and over and over again. But in terms of the entertainment industry, I think some of one of the things that I know that I will never do is, I knew I would never do, was to be an extra.
Most people started there.
No, I said no immediately. What happened was that there was a show, there was a casting, they like, come. And I had normal afro. What I did not know was that if you get cast with this hair, you can now come tomorrow with
braids,
other braids,
or a weave. You
can't.
Yeah,
because they wanted to see you like this.
Yeah.
So they told me, okay, we're gonna shoot. I was like, fantastic. You know what? Let me go do my hair. I went, set up the whole night in Grace Street in town. On top of a crate. They said, no, don't worry, we'll do it quickly. No, I got home at like 10:30 in the evening because I had to do my hair. Then I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to get to this casting. And we shot the whole day. And I could see, they were busy overlooking us, sitting there, and people are busy acting. And I eventually asked, wait, I know we're here. Where are my lines? When do we start? They're like, oh no, but you're an extra. I was like, excuse me. So I did my hair. okay, first they were furious that I did my hair. They're like, which one are you? I'm like, I was here yesterday. They're like, did you not have an afro? I'm like, yeah. Then why did you do your hair? Well, because I'm going to be on TV. Hello. Why would I want to be on TV with an afro? That is disorganized. Yeah. No, I had wanted to look good. Anyway, the DOP is like, okay, fine. The 80s, like, fine, just fit her in. Get the next thing, I don't have lines. So we shoot 12 hours. That's another thing I didn't know, that we shoot 12 hours. And they say, okay, guys, please come back tomorrow in your same clothes. Don't change your hair. We're going to continue because the scenes were not done. And I was like, wait, coming back here? No, I'm not coming back. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, to come back and say nothing again? No, I'm not coming back. They were losing their mind. The director came, he was telling me, you're never going to be anything, you're not going to amount to anything. I said, listen here, if it means I'm going to be doing this again tomorrow, I'm not coming. And I didn't go. And I don't think they paid me. Did they? I don't remember. I think they did. Oh no, they actually did. They did pay me. But
the extra salary.
The extra salary.
Yeah.
They paid me and I actually didn't care. I think just like 80 rand. Whatever.
Yeah, it was less than the amount you paid to get your hair done.
I mean, hello, the inconvenience at my time. So yeah, I was just like, I will never do that again. And thank God I never did. That was my only extra job that I ever did.
Wow. I mean, yeah, because I think, there's a lot of mistakes that, especially in the entertainment industry, we meet a lot of people who think that you can come in, you can crack it, you must do everything. Everything is admissible, allowable, just for you to make it. So I think for me the biggest question is, so what is that big thing?
I think the big thing in the entertainment industry, it's money. It's money. Knowing that just because you're getting paid for the next 12 months, it doesn't mean you're going to get paid for another 12 months. And because now all of a sudden you're making this money and you think you can buy stuff, and it's good. All of a sudden you've worked hard, you deserve this, you want better schools for your kids, you want to live in a better place, you want to do all of that. Big mistake, very big, huge. In fact, one of the lessons that I learned from one of my friends, she was also on backstage, and I think she said it once, but she doesn't know that it has been my policy and it's stuck. And every time I get an opportunity to talk about it, I talk about it. So Grace said one day we're sitting in the green room saying, this industry, guys, is tough, because she started back in the day, and she had seen it. She had seen it all, up and down, and she started saying there was a point where she started having to save money. So if you're in the entertainment industry, you should try to at least have 6 months worth of your salary ahead of you, so that even at times when you're not working, you're not now pulling your hair out because you don't know how you're gonna pay your next
installment.
Yes. And for me, that was actually one of the biggest blunders. For me, that was like my biggest blunder, because everything was going well. I've never stopped working, even until now. I've never really stopped working. I do a lot of things. I multitask and all of that, but bad financial planning, big one. Just wanting to live that life that people think we live.
The TV life.
The TV life. No, please. We don't live the TV life, but you fall into the trap of trying to live the TV life. I've never been big on the TV life, but I think one of the biggest blunders that I made when I was married was that. Also, shame, man. My poor ex-husband was also from a very, very poor family. So he wanted everything. He wanted everything, and next thing, guess what? We're in so much debt. We're in so much debt. We're like practically broke, bankrupt, and just drained from just poverty, and having to sell so many things, having to let go of so many things, having our house repossessed, my car repossessed, and having to start from the beginning, and not once but twice.
So tell me, I mean, so just there, So yeah, and I've got it's the same question, but it's twice because it's happening twice. Yeah.
Yes.
So tell me, you're losing everything, they're repossessing stuff. How are you feeling as you're going through that?
I mean, obviously disappointed and very frustrated. Thankfully, I'm such a positive person. Like, it doesn't matter, throw me anyway. I'll still go like, at least we are breathing, ne? That would be
we are together.
Yeah, we are breathing, we are together.
Yeah.
But then obviously it also came. It took such a big toll on both of us, and also because we didn't see a lot of things eye to eye. I also feel like, someone, you need to be accountable, be responsible, and also be responsive in a way that it will get you out of the rut that
situation,
you're in.
yeah.
That situation.
Yeah.
So it happened twice. It happened twice. The first time it was like a slapnyana.
Yeah.
The debt wasn't that big. We managed to get out of it. In fact, it's like one of those miracle stories. Our house was being auctioned off on a Monday, right? And to cut a long story short, we managed to sell it on the Friday.
Oh wow!
The Friday before the Monday.
For the auctioners don't come.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we sold it at a profit, took that money, paid off all our debts.
Yeah.
Because at that time we were staying in Orchards in Pretoria. And we decided, you know what, fine, this is it.
Yeah.
So let's do a brand new start. Let's move to Joburg. Then we moved to Joburg. And things were going well. The work was happening and all of that. Money started coming.
Yeah.
Spending some of it, putting a bit, like
a little bit.
Spending it.
Yeah.
Putting it a bit, which is supposed to actually be the other way. And next thing we moved to a bigger house, 6 bed, 5 bathrooms, 2 lounges, pool.
Yeah.
The yard is big. You can throw a big wedding and people will be nicely
accommodated.
Yeah. And listen, 3 years later, it was back to square one on a huge,
on a bigger scale. Yeah.
And this time there was no one coming to buy the house the Friday before the Monday.
Yeah.
No, the Monday came and the house was gone.
And the house was gone.
And the debt was big, like millions.
Yeah.
Millions of debts, like of money,
That restart is a proper restart.
Yeah, that was a proper restart. Having to walk again. Thankfully, you know me, I'm such a never mind.
Yeah.
I wasn't bothered. I was catching a taxi again, and I wasn't embarrassed at all. And I think it's when you don't wear your shame that people don't know what to shame you with. In fact, everyone will be like, oh my God, in the taxi, I'll walk in, I'll get into a taxi. People are like, oh, I can't believe you're in a taxi with us. This is so nice.
Yeah, let's take a selfie.
Yes, I'm going to tell my friends I saw you.
Yeah.
But nobody was like, girl, we saw you on TV until you don't have a car. And, thank God I never had those kind of moments. But, life went on. Oh, yeah, then eventually we got divorced and had to start from the beginning, paying as much as I can, paying the money back, starting to save up again, and here we are.
And here we are.
Back up and running again.
Back up and running, and now you're an author.
Yes.
There's a TV character I think it's Maya, her name on Friends, and she writes a book on the show, and she's like, I'm an authoress.
Yes, I'm an authoress.
So you're an author. You've written this book. I love reading it.
Yeah.
So tell me. So we've gone through a phase, especially in the country, where a lot of people are writing books.
Yeah.
I mean, you wrote your book 10 years ago?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was before the wave.
Yes.
Of people writing the book, but you self-published.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about that journey. How, is it as easy as we think it is?
No, but it is easier than being published by a big company.
Yeah.
And I will tell you what.
Yeah.
In my broke
state.
Yeah. I ended up having to learn a lot. I swear you'd think I was studying for my MBA in business or some sort. I was like, okay, what are the issues? Where are the holes? Where are the little things that I needed to cover? And I did my research and I found that, sometimes funding stuff out of your pocket is more profitable and more rewarding than getting funding from somewhere else. Some things you can get funding from somewhere else, but it's better when it came to, I mean, I did my music album. I did that out of my own pocket as well, self-published, so I own my masters and I can do whatever I want with the music. Then there came the book as well. I decided to self-publish, and I'll tell you why. The breakdown, both music and, okay, let's start with the music quickly. The music is that if you are signed to a big company, sometimes they give you a signing fee.
Yes.
That signing fee is not just to welcome you, it's actually an advance when you read your contract.
Yeah.
It's an advance, and they can give you 500,000. But until that 500,000 is paid back, you don't make money. It doesn't matter how many albums you sell, because you're gonna start paying back the money. Then they give you a huge team to work with you. You've got a PA, you've got an EA, you've got a stylist, you've got a PR and marketing. Then there's the recording label itself. Then there are producers. There's a band that you work with. There is an artistic director. There is then the distributor and all of that. And everyone, when they've taken everything that counts, you should be lucky. You'll be lucky if you walk away with 7% of what you're making. So if an album sells 100 Rand, from that 100 Rand you make 7 Rand.
7 Rand.
Yes.
Sure.
But if you put your own money, you are self-published. With my album, yes, I produced, I did most of the stuff and all of it. And when I sell my album, I still managed to make 60 Rand of the 100 Rand. Because the 40 Rand went into all the other stuff.
The other things.
But all the other things that still belong to me, you know. And even with the book, one of the biggest, everyone wants their book in this
big bookstores.
But first of all, that bookstore takes 45%. Just for your book to be there.
Wow.
So if your book is selling at 200 Rand, that means already 90 Rand belongs to them, right? You still have to pay your publisher, okay? And there are a lot of fees that come with that. So instead of walking away with 150 Rand from the 200, you might just walk away with 40 Rand of the 200. So it is easier. It is more glamorous. It's nice when they say bestseller, to put your book there. It's bestseller, but that selling, it is not coming into your pocket. It goes to everyone else who worked on the project. So my thing, read as much as you can. As much as we hate reading, I used to not like reading, especially this stuff, like the business stuff, but it taught me a lot. And that's how I managed to get myself out of the financial rut that I was in. And I realized, okay, I need to save money. I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do that. And it's very funny that people are like, oh yeah, I called your office, I sent an email to your office. And I'm like,
I'm my office.
I'm my office. When people send a mail to info ed, I'm the one who says funny, okay, also my is not available for this and day, blah, 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 blah. When they send to bookings, okay, we will get back to you with a quote and all of that. And they're like, can you please tell us? Yes, we will relay the message to us. I do that.
You are your team.
I am my team. I am my team. It's only now that I have someone on board who's like helping me, but only now, literally only now. But all these years, stationary, tea lady, coffee lady, whatever you want to call it, I'm
marketing,
marketing, everything. And you talk about yourself as we, and I sign off as we. Ramy training team, and it's just me. Love it for myself.
But what did you learn though? Because I mean, I'm just thinking. Yes, you studied a lot to try and intro, because you were using a route that wasn't the norm.
Yes.
So you obviously need to arm yourself around what the journey will look like. So now in retrospect, if I then said to you, I'm in a process of writing a book.
Yeah.
What what advice would you give to me?
Well, firstly, write the book. And how do you start writing the book? You start writing, because I think a lot of us, now I have a writer's block for my second book. Also because I'm thinking, is it going to match the level of the first book? There's that thing, oh my God, follow up.
Yeah.
But, and it's completely different from what I've written. But you must start writing. Firstly, you need to start writing. Tell your stories as authentic as possible. If you don't believe in what you're saying, no one is going to believe you. Even if it's fiction, even if it's a fantasy, you have to sell into that fantasy. You have to buy into it and go like, oh yes, then he flew in his private jet.
Yeah.
And as she came, her hair was flying from the... You must believe that story.
Yeah.
If you don't believe the story that you're telling, no one is going to believe that, because people can read between the lines. They can see the doubt in your story as you tell it. That is in terms of creatively. And everywhere you go, have a notebook, put stuff on your phone. That is the writing bit of it. And focus on what it is that you want to write about. And in terms of the business sense, if you believe in the story that you're telling, then it means that your pocket will follow in the belief of the stories that you're telling. If you don't feel like you could invest your own money in it, then why would you expect someone else to invest their money in it?
I hear you.
And also, nothing is an overnight success.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, no, a lot of people are coming into the industry.
Yes.
Those are two different things, and I like to separate them.
Yeah.
There are people who, lack of a better phrase, who pay their dues. They've been like working behind the scenes, or theater, rehearsing, and all of that.
Industry,
And it took them 5 years to break into the industry, right? That's even better. You'd rather do it like that than the other way. Because when you're an overnight success, you hit the fame, right? So I start here and hit the fame. You hit the fame. You still need to go back and start there and come back to match the fame. So the responsibility is bigger. It is greater. The accountability is big. The expectations are even higher. So you still need to go back and go, okay, fine. What do I learn from this? What do I learn from that? So it's quite difficult that, oh yeah, this one, after 2 weeks, she only wrote one song, and after 2 weeks it was a hit.
Suddenly,
it was suddenly. So not everything is really suddenly like that. So a lot of artists, they still need to go back and go like, okay, fine. Now that we see how it looks like where we're supposed to be, let's go back and just
pay
kind
the
of
school
reaffirm the foundations and so that you can stay, because it's not just about hitting the big time, it's also the sustainability. Someone like, oh, you've been in the industry for so many years. Yes. Every day I remind myself, what is it, something new that I'm gonna do that will still keep me where I'm sitting? You don't just realize, so do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am?
You don't do that.
Yeah, so I think this is one of the myths, especially about people in the entertainment industry, is that we don't take, and maybe it's just me, we don't take people that are in the entertainment industry as business people. Even though the fact that you are writing and publishing a book, it's a business. You are singing, compiling music, it's a business. You are speaking, you are doing appearances, you are acting, you are in theater. All of that is actually a business. So one of the questions that I love asking, and I know that there isn't really an right answer for it, is how do you blunder-proof your life? What are some of the things, that you're doing that, to try and say, let's not make the same mistakes again?
In fact, that is actually the right word to use. How are you blunder-proofing? I'm gonna start using that. I like it. How do you blunder-proof your life? Okay, and you're correct by saying a lot of people, they don't take us as serious business people. And one of the first things to blunder-proof your life is, I have to now start by taking myself serious first. Okay? If I don't treat myself as a business entity, then it's going to be a problem for someone else to treat me as such. So which is why you need to show up on time. You need to keep to your deadlines. You need to keep to your word. You need to be a person of integrity. You must mean what you say and say what you mean. You must deliver all your promises that you're supposed to deliver. You must be a good and a steadfast service provider. Whatever that you've committed yourself to, you need to commit to it and execute accordingly. Do you understand? So even if I have to be at work at a particular time, sometimes the days where I go to work late, okay, also on purpose. Because I never eat at work. I don't have the breakfast at work. Like, where are you? I don't eat breakfast. I'm coming.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But you need to always show up. You always need to show up for yourself as a business entity. And I was actually talking to someone the other day. I was saying the problem with the entertainment industry is that from the beginning, it has always been treated as an extramural activity, which is why we have the Department of Health, but we've got the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports. They just threw everything in. They're like, those are makina all over. We don't know what to do with them. What do we throw them? Let's just put them all in one pot. In fact, we're not supposed to be. There must be the Department of Sports, Department of Arts, Department of Culture, all of that. It must be separated. But also, everyone else doesn't know how to do this whole entertainment,
manage it,
so-called extramural activities, you know, which is why someone said, so what do you do for a living? I'm an actor. Oh, okay. And then but what's your other job? And you're like,
but really, what do you do?
Really, what else do you do? Like, no. That's what I do. I'm an actor. So when you take yourself seriously and start treating yourself as a business, everyone else doesn't have a choice but to follow and be like, okay, fine. We committed to, we set this date and that date, and when you don't call and confirm, then to me you didn't confirm. If I say to you to book me, your confirmation is going to be your 50% deposit, and you don't pay it, guess what? You are not booked for that day. I'm gonna go to the next bidder, the next possible date that is coming. That's the one I'm gonna take. The one, like, when you don't do that, then that's how you blunder. You actually blunder-proof your life. Take yourself seriously. Show up. Be on time. Be a person of integrity. Be reliable. Be reliable. This thing of saying someone is performing, and you can see on social media that they advertised Ramy in Cape Town in the afternoon, but also in Durban in the same afternoon, but then back in Joburg. But then you can see that morning, I'm at a wedding in Limpopo in the morning. And you ask yourself, wait, how are you going to do these three events all at the same time? You know? And that becomes a problem. That also compromises your work ethic. Your work ethic must speak for
your
you.
Reputation.
And your reputation completely. So I think that's how you blunder-proof your life. There are a lot of people that are not as talented, that are not as great, that are not as famous, or that are not as popular, but because of their work ethic, people will always go back to them for business instead of choosing the it girl or the it guy of that, because they know that this one, people might want to see them, but chances of him showing up are close to zero. So you know what? Shem, let's take this one in. Maybe he can go tiki and not mix properly. But you know what? He's going to be there on time and he's going to show up. So people would want to work with people that are not going to let them down than try to believe the hype. So people also get high on their own supply. And then they forget to deliver. And that is why, like, oh, he used to be so big. She used to be so big. Remember the time of. And it's nice when when there's no. Remember the time you're Ramy? No, it's always Ramy's time. And I will make sure it's always my time. Whether it's 1999, 2009, 2023. I will always show up. And I don't want to be like there used to be an era. Remember back in the day, honey, we don't do back in the day. We are still in the day. Still in the day. And if people can do that, then it's easy to work with them. And not be difficult. We can all be divas, man. Please, come on. You know? So there's no need.
Okay, so you spoke about, and I know that I said I'm not going to pick up your book, but I love the cover.
And then you had it. Yeah.
And there I have it. I love the cover. I think, you know, on the cover you look a little bit like your mom, a little bit,
Like my daughter
like
as
your,
well.
yeah. I love the, you know, it could be anybody.
Yes.
At a different age.
Yes.
So you then said something about the fact that you're busy writing, even though you're suffering writer's block, you're busy writing your second book.
The English finishes it.
Hey.
English, it puts a comma and leaves and says, I'll see you later.
Yeah, come back in 2 months.
Yes.
Yeah. So now that you're self-publishing your own team,
yeah,
you know, and I think this is my last question. Where do people get the book? But also, who is it written for?
Okay, Kiss the Sun and Embrace the Moon is actually written for myself. I don't know. Can I say something like that? Because it's a memoir. It's short stories, 30 short stories about me. You know, basically how I grew up, you know, some of the funny experiences, some of the serious ones, you know, some I touch church, I touch growing up in primary, boarding, I talk about the relationships. I talk about every single thing that you can think of under the sun, but in a very short format that, you know, it's easy for someone to just quickly read.
Digestible
and then
chunks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I also wrote it the way I speak, you know, because, you know, there's no need for me, if I can say maybe, there's no need for me to say perhaps. Allegedly.
Yeah.
You know, because I was like, people know how I speak. And I love it when people read my book and they're like, we read it in your voice.
Yeah.
Also because people know the sound of my voice and I'm also a voiceover artist. And so they read it, and the way it's written, it's like I recorded it first, then typed it. But I actually typed it, then recorded it later. And then it's still, okay, I didn't release the audio book yet. But people got the book from Facebook. Firstly on social media, and the first edition of the book, when I did the launch, going back to business, when I did the launch for the book, I didn't have money to pay for the printing
of the book. Okay.
Yes. So what I did, I got the cover. I started giving short snippets of the book. I'll write a short story, and people were like, why are you not writing anything today? And everyone will start asking, is this a book? Is this a book? What, like, okay, I hope this is a book, and all of that. And I was like, okay, fine, I can see they're warming to it, they're warming up to it. Then I started writing, and then I got a quotation for the printing, the editing did all of that. Then the printing, it was a lot of money, and I didn't have it at the time. You know what I did? I told people the book is coming out, we're having the launch in September, pre-book, you can pre-order your book. And people started pre-ordering and they sent money. And that's the money I used to actually print the book. And then what I did, the people that pre-ordered the book are the people that I invited to the launch. So that after the launch, then they could take their book and go, you know? And I had personalized the written messages. I hope this book made you happy, whatever, and we wrapped it nicely with everyone's name, with a seal, with my. You remember the seal?
Yeah.
And I still do that even now. Even now, everyone's like, "Are you gonna do the book with the seal again?" I'm like, "Of course, that's how we do it." And so I was like, "But don't cover your smile." I'm like, "No, but then you still get to unwrap it nicely and all of that." And that's how I paid for the first print, you know, and it just started paying itself like that. It started paying itself like that, and that's how we even got here to the second thing as well. I was like, okay, the book is coming out. Pre-orders, and then I went to a lot of my friends and said, okay, fine. I know you support this and such a school, please, because this book can be read by grade 9, 10, 11, 12. It's such an easy read and it's so relatable. And even though it's about back in the day, they would kind of know and it would make sense to them what, okay, it might have been 30 years ago, but it makes sense to them. So got friends say, okay, you went to this particular high school, buy 20 copies for your school, for your library, your school library. And that's how then people started paying into the book. So the book is just paying for itself as it goes. So it's not sitting there, and guess who's making the money?
You are making the money.
Exactly, because I'm not paying. And when they want, oh, by the way, this interview is getting too long. going back to business again. So now I wanted to, people are not buying the book off Facebook, and other people are obviously unreachable, and they say, but we've got this big bookstore in my town. Why are you not
in the
doing
bookstore?
this? Yeah, in the bookstore. And I was like, okay, fine. I know some of the books can go there. They can keep 45. I'll take 55 because there was still no middleman. All right. So, and how we got the book into the big bookstore, I got a lot of my friends, because I've got so many people who support me and family, friends. You know me, I'm such a people's person. They would every single day call different stores, different departments of the bookstore, and say, "Do you have this book?
Yeah.
Do you have this book? No, we don't. No, man. How do you not have this book? Don't you know this book?" Eventually, the big bookstore called me and said, "Hi, ma'am," or email, "Hello, info at. We would like to purchase a couple of books." I said, "Oh, I will speak to Miss Ramy." But that's how we actually, so because the book was there, and I told people it's at this airport, place. And I strategically chose airports because I know people get bored at the airport, and then next thing, and then next thing Rosebank called, then Nicole Way called, and I was like, okay. Hyde Park now we're moving. We're moving. I can, Mending called everyone. They're like, we just need 10 copies. Next thing, oh, the 10 copies are gone. Do you have another 10 copies? Then there was another one, and then I would go do some signings, and it wasn't even like a big deal. But the book was moving even with that, and that's how I got people to get it into the big
stores. So you need to be street smart.
Because when you approach them, you come across like you need them more than they need you. And now all of a sudden we turned it around. They were the one who was like, I think we need a copy. We need a few copies of your book. I was like, really? Oh, absolutely.
We'll
send. That is so nice. I'll send. How many copies would you like? And I was driving around, going to old Artango, flying.
Being your own delivery guy.
Being my own delivery guy. Do not worry, I'll do an overnight what. And that's how it went.
So no, thank you, Ramy. I mean, like you said, this interview is getting too long. Thank you so much for coming through for this interview.
Absolutely.
And just for being vulnerable. Some of the things that you're sharing, even just in life, it's the stuff that a lot of people in your position, they don't want people to know about. So, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you, not just for coming, but for bringing all of yourself into the interview. And I wish you all of the best with this book, that it would be sold out everywhere, and that you would get unblocked, so that by the time December comes, some of us must take the second book on holiday with us.
Oh, that would be so cool, right? Then maybe this book can pay for that book. That's what will happen. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we've reached the conclusion of our program. It's been highly insightful. The speakers have been vulnerable. They've shared with us their personal stories, and there's really just quite a lot to grasp from them. I'm hoping that you've enjoyed. I'm hoping that you learned and took quite a lot from what has been shared. What I personally took from all of these speeches is you have to fail forward. As again, Dr. John Maxwell says, when you are in the pit, take something from it, because you're not always in that position. So I think that's basically what came out quite strongly from all of these speeches. And I think it's quite proper to thank all of our speakers.
Yeah, true. And I think even for me, that's the golden thread that I find from the conversations, the fireside chats, the talks that we've received, the fireside chats with Dr. Rosh as well, is that even if you do fail, it literally isn't the end of the world, and sometimes your failure isn't the biggest. Other people are going through a whole lot of things as well, and so you're not the only person in the boat. And so with these words, we would just like to give a thank you to our speakers, Ramy Chweni, Monobisi Tete, Mpo Mahapi, Sbusiso Mulimi, Palesa DJ Manaleng, Palesa Sekhomozu Mutumi, Alif Muhlenberg, as well as myself, Ria, and Paul. And we're leaving you in the capable hands of Pindile, the sole provider. But don't forget to...
Yes, so the hashtag is my biggest blunders. my Blunder story, MBBGEW, and you can find us on Instagram. On Instagram, it's My Biggest Blunders. The hashtag on Twitter is @MyBlunderStory, and you can also like and subscribe the page on YouTube, and that's My Biggest Blunders. Please do like and subscribe and follow and comment, engage, tell us what you are learning from these stories, and let's just keep engaged. Thank you so much, and again, fail forward.
Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. Hakitala ke matata wampona. Akiwala rikoti onalena. Lerato lao leligulu limpipa kachirelejo. Sefata rosa rosa kanya ketela. Akitala ke matata wampona. Akiwala rikoti onalena. Lerato lao leligulu limpipa kachirelejo. Sefata rosa rosa kanya ketela. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. Letoro la garo le pata la chamanapa. Onagana minagana wame putsi fela kana. Unaya swana liwena wadi makacho. Raki pili wena usaparama. Letoro la garo le pata la chamanapa. Onagana minagana wame putsi fela kana. Unaya swana liweni wadi makacho. Raki pili wena usaparama. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Jehovah, mutlori wale fasile. Jehovah, mutlokomedi waka. Yobutu wanilini. You're on base. lephata la tša manaba o nagana menagano e mebotse fela kana a go nna ya sana le wena wa di makatšo ga ke phele ga wena o sa phagama Jehova motlhokomedi wa ka Jehova motlhodi wa lefatshe le Jehova motlhokomedi wa ka